Hello. I thought I was muted, but it's not. Unless I get a beepy in my headphones every now and then. Don't know what that's about. Headphone battery seems okay. Hi, how's it going? My name is Snake Man, Captain of the Dream Harrier. Seems like it's a quiet Saturday night, so perfect time to show some 428 Shibuya Scramble. I just wanted to get 2 sessions of this in this weekend. I don't know, I'm just like so excited about this game. I just want to see more of this game. I installed Windows 11 last week, so all my audio got kind of reset. So I'm gonna have to be playing around with the audio. But hopefully we will be okay. My controller's not working. This is weird. This happened the other time, too. This is not the first time this game has done this. I'm gonna reboot. So I like playing this with the controller. I don't need a controller. It just makes it nice and easy. I'm also gonna mute this part. You can't even see it. The Abstraction Games logo, for some reason, is like 5 times as loud as the normal game. There we go. This part of the game is always a little quiet. So how's everyone doing tonight? I like that our bookmark is like some bad stuff. Bad stuff's gone down. So last time we revealed who the girl in the cat mascot outfit was. She was Maria, the twin sister of... Oh my god, the name is blanking. I'm blanking on names already. I bet if I go to the time chart, it'll help me. Where's Achi? Hitomi. So the twin sister of Hitomi, who was supposed to be kidnapped, has been running around as Tama, a cat. Osawa is the father of Maria and the father of Hitomi, and is also working on a cure for a very bad virus that is being weaponized. Minorikawa is a writer who is trying to save his friend's publication. His friend tried to off himself. He has not been wrapped up in the nitty-gritty of everything so far. Kano is a detective who is now currently working with a US Embassy agent on this case, and they just found that all the foreigners who were working on... They were moving around a briefcase that had the ransom money in it. They've all been murdered. Achi is currently on the run with Hitomi as they are being chased by the crime syndicate and being chased by what I think is a detective trying to kill them. Or kill Hitomi. And they just got their life saved by Kanan, a assassin. So let's see how that's going. I think it's a good place to start. You must be Hitomi. The girl called Kanon spoke fairly fluent Japanese. Hitomi nodded in response. Yes, that's me, and you're Kanon, right? You're Kanon? How did you know my name? Did Maria tell you? Yes. She told me about this amazing girl from overseas she made friends with. Oh right, Maria was the one that always went to the Middle East. A thin smile crossed Kanan's lips at the word amazing. Then her look grew sad. Poor Maria. It's my fault that she was abducted. What? Achi and Hitomi gasped in unison. That's why I have to rescue her, Kanan added. Hold on a second, Hitomi said. What do you mean it's your fault? Kanan replied by jerking her chin in the direction of the main road. Better head that way, she said softly. Someone's coming. But Hitomi didn't back down. Please, tell me, why was my sister kidnapped? Several sets of footsteps echoed down the alley. They could see figures approaching now. By the looks of them, accomplices of the man Kanan had taken down earlier. You two get out of here, she warned. I'll handle this. She stepped out in front of Achi and Hitomi, moving with such confidence that they didn't doubt she could handle the threat. Come to the Jigo building at 3 o'clock, she added quietly, never taking her eyes off the advancing syndicate members. Huh? Hitomi squeaked. I'll explain everything then. The criminals broke into a run. Come on, Hitomi, let's go, Achi hissed. He took her by the hand and bolted from the alleyway. So 3 o'clock is the next hour block. The two didn't slow their pace until they put plenty of distance between themselves and the alleyway. Kanan said this was her fault. What could she have meant by that? The hard run hadn't made Hitomi forget the other girl's startling suggestion. Well, she said she'd meet up with us again later, Achi said. We can ask her more about it then. In the meantime, an ache in his belly had made Achi realize he had been running all day and hadn't eaten since the morning. People on a diet need to be careful about skipping meals. Going too long without proper nourishment can cause the body to store up its energy reserves, leading to weight gain instead of loss. Proper eating habits and proper exercise are key. Maybe it's not the best timing, but do you want to get some food? I'll be okay. There's a lot of good advice in this game. Hitomi's face was racked with emotion. It's only natural, Achi thought. Not only was she afraid for her sister's life, but there were all these people out to kill her too. Oh yeah, wait until you hear about the watch that can tell you about how you view the other gender. And with this Kanan girl suddenly showing up, the situation was more confusing than ever. Still, they might as well address the few problems they could control. There was a fast food joint nearby. Let's go in there, Achi said. You might not be hungry, but you can still make sure you stay hydrated. Hey, Kajardin. It's got some entertainment value. Hitomi shook her head, but her wan face practically radiated exhaustion. Come on, we should rest up a little. But there's no rush. If we're going to meet up with Kanan later, it's probably best if we don't just wander aimlessly until then. Never know who we might run into. I guess you're right. The two went into the fast food restaurant together. We went to Sweden. Welcome, said the girl at the register with a bright smile. May I take your order? I'll have the spaghetti with meat sauce. How about you, Hitomi? Spaghetti with a sauce made from tomatoes and ground meat, also known as spaghetti bolognese, if you want to sound more Italian. Like Napolitan spaghetti, flavored with ketchup, it is a perennial favorite of Japanese children. frozen packages at the supermarket for around 200 yen a pop make for a simple and decently tasty microwavable meal that's also easy on the wallet. Hey, Kurislachi, would you like some spaghetti flavored with ketchup? Because I don't. I'm okay with ketchup. I know some people are like anti-ketchup everything. I'm not doing the ketchup on the spaghetti. Yeah, you ain't getting me on that one. We went to a place called Jollibee's once, and they also offer like a spaghetti, and it's not ketchup, but they have a very sweet spaghetti sauce. I didn't have it, but I'm told they're famous for their sweet spaghetti, and I don't want it. I want savory when I get spaghetti. I like ketchup, but maybe not on spaghetti. Like, it's all tomatoes and sugar at the end of the day, but yeah. That's the thing, right? Ketchup is very sugary. I'll just have a nice tea. Hey now, you should probably eat at least a little something. Well, you never know what you'll get in Sweden. I like that there's a Japanese fast food restaurant called Sweden and they offer spaghetti. Okay, then I'll have a strawberry parfait. A dessert of strawberries topped with ice cream and whipped cream. Hitomi has been so worried about her sister that she hasn't eaten anything since last night. But being with Achi has calmed her nerves a little, and her appetite has returned. Perhaps a reflexive order of a strawberry parfait is a sign that she's not only hungry, but also still a little girl with a sweet tooth at heart? Topped with IKEA's Swedish meatballs. Man, those meatballs are good. The closest IKEA is like an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, so I can't have it often. But they're pretty good. She sounded a little embarrassed to be ordering a dessert. So yeah, said Achi. One spaghetti and meat sauce and a strawberry parfait, please. Coming right up. The cashier promptly assembled their meal and set it out on a tray. We've got a special contest going on right now, she said. Please check it out if you're interested. The girl handed Achi a flyer. There's so many good flyers in this game. It read, Iron Stomach Eating Contest. Eat 1,000 scoops of ice cream and win 10 million yen. Oh, the idol song's back. A competitive eating event held by this establishment backed by Sun TV. The competition has been shared with the entire country over the internet. Many contestants have entered for a shot at the 10 million yen prize, but so far, no one has been able to complete the eating challenge. Due to the large number of competitors who suffer from gastrointestinal distress as a result of their efforts, roughly 30 portable toilets have been set up outside the restaurant. It's a lot of ice cream. That's a lot of yen. What the heck? Achi stared at the flyer as he took a seat at the open table. 1,000 scoops? That's impossible. Anyway, let's hurry up and eat. As Achi stuffed his face with spaghetti, he thought back to their encounter with Kanan. The girl had helped them out, sure, but could they really trust her completely? It might be dangerous to meet up with her again. Still, Hitomi needed to know more about what had happened to Maria. And Kanan obviously knew something about that. It looked like they needed to take that risk. My sister really is amazing. Huh? Hitomi's quiet words drew Achi from his ruminations. Look at that little mascot character. Like a Playmobil character over there. He paused with a forkful of spaghetti halfway to his mouth. That is in his mouth. He has already made it to mouth. My sister met Kanan while she was on a trip to the Middle East with my father. Hitomi nibbled at her parfait, looking lonesome. Cool, but how does that in particular make your sister amazing? It's typical of her is all. She's so dynamic and gung-ho about things. Hitomi explained, her gaze turned inward. It was just my father and sister who took that trip to the Middle East. I didn't go with them. I guess my mental image of that part of the world is Mostly that it's really dangerous. To me, going there seemed like a huge risk, but Maria didn't see it that way. Hey, your sister sounds like a bit of a loose cannon. But if you can't bring yourself to take risks, to do things, you can't meet new people and have new experiences, Hitomi continued. That's the part I always got hung up on. The risk. I'd never be able to make a friend like Kanan. Achi's mind wandered as he listened to Hitomi talk. She and her sister might be twins, but each of them still unique. This one kind of person was Hitomi's sister. He just wanted to sit there and listen to her voice. Let's say that they're all unique. Everyone's unique. You don't have to be like your sister. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, he said. He held up a hand to cut her off. Huh? Hitomi's eyes went wide. Why are you comparing yourself to your sister? I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a twin, but can't you just be yourself? Professor Palmer said the same thing. Achi didn't recognize the name. Oh, sorry. Leland Palmer, he's my university English professor. He's given me advice on a whole bunch of things. That sounded rather intimate. All sorts of worrying images shot through Achi's mind. So how old is this teacher of yours? Huh? Around 40 or so, I guess. Great, Achi thought to himself. Another middle-aged guy. You gotta have faith in Hitomi. Dude, you can't just be assuming. You know what they say about assumptions. His mind filled with another sequence of slightly more upsetting images. Achi, man, come on. Oh, hey, ain't that Hitomi Osawa? Oh, wow, you're right, it totally is. A college-age couple sitting behind them were talking in hushed, excited tones. Okay, if one scoop is 4 ounces, according to Google, or 120... I assume you said ml, right? Milliliters? A bin of some good ice cream at my store is 1.5 liters, so that's 12.5 scoops. 1,000 scoops would be eating 80 of those 1.5 liter containers. If 1.5 liter of ice cream weighed 1.5 kilograms, that'd be 120 kilograms or 264 pounds of ice cream. Lots of edge cutting and rounding problems in this. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad someone's out there doing the math. Man, she really is a cutie, the young man observed. Achi, your face. What are you, a child? He made no attempt to hide the fact that he was looking Hitomi over. Hey, hold on, Masa, said the girl. What gives? Oops, that's the wrong button. Who is Masa? Masa is a first-year student at Midoriyama Academy who works part-time as a delivery driver for Dogen Hut, a noodle shop on Dogenzaka. He's taking the day off work today in order to attempt a dry run of the Iron Stomach eating competition, hoping to strike it rich while his girlfriend looks on. But now that he's eaten 2 parfaits, his stomach isn't feeling well, and he's just gotten back from his 5th trip to the toilet. Man, 2 parfaits and you had 5 trips to the toilet? You can't survive this challenge. You are lactose intolerant. You will die. Well, I mean, she is Miss Midoriyama, right? Miss Midoriyama? Achi turned to the couple. Hey, did you just say she's Miss Midoriyama? Achi said nothing, but kept his ears tuned to the couple's conversation. Achi did his best to ignore the couple. Whatever they were talking about couldn't be that important. No, I think Achi would talk to them. Achi turned to the couple. Hey, did you just say she's Miss Midoriyama? A couple stared at him in surprise, but Achi was undeterred. What you were saying just now, is that true? The man's face twisted up in embarrassment. Yeah, I mean the girl you're with? She won a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy, you know? I just got a little excited is all. Achi turned back to Hitomi. Is that so? He asked, peering intently at her face. Well, yes. She smiled awkwardly. He turned to the young man again. I knew she was pretty darn cute, he said. Guess I'm not the only one. Nodding in understanding, he sat back down. Mr. Duriyama, well, I'll be. The students, unnerved by Achi's questions, quickly got up and scurried away. It was Professor Palmer who convinced me to enter that beauty contest, actually, Hitomi said. The Miss Midoriyama contest at Midoriyama Academy is considered one of the top student beauty pageants in Japan. Pin-up shots of both Hitomi and Maria have already graced the pages of several magazines. Talent agencies have also made attempts to scout them, but both girls declined, claiming that they entered the contest just for the memories, and that they have no interest in show business. Huh? Achi's smile turned up a little. He said if I really wanted to change myself, I should try entering. Achi maintained... Sorry, this look on his face is good. Achi maintained this outward composure, but inside his heart was racing. Tanaka and Palmer, which of them held Hitomi's true affections? Or was she possibly leading on two middle-aged men at the same time? Achi! What did I tell you about assumptions? The more he thought about it, the worse his delusions became. What actually happened, though, is my sister and I both won the prize. Hitomi's words snapped him out of his funk. She sounded disappointed. Huh? They gave out a double prize? Turns out my sister had entered the competition too. She smiled a self-deprecating smile. Guess twins really do think alike, huh? Hey, double schmubble. You still won a prize, right? That's pretty impressive. Nah, they just picked me as an afterthought to my sister, because twins sharing the prize made for a good headline. She looked away, sadly. Did they say they picked you as an afterthought? They didn't have to. It was obvious that my sister really won. You can't know that. Maybe she was the afterthought. Come on, you need to believe in yourself. Hitomi just hung her head. But I'm such a terrible person. Suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. I hate myself so much. I can never forgive myself for what I did. Hey, whoa. I'm gonna increase the volume a little bit for these quiet songs. Hey, whoa. Achi watched her with trepidation. She looked like she might start bawling at any moment. What's the matter? The night my sister was kidnapped, I was supposed to go to a college party with her. But then all of a sudden, she told me not to go. I kept asking her why not, but she just kept insisting I couldn't. Hitomi's face was bleak with regret. We both got mad and I wound up blowing up at her. Okay, I get it. I don't need to go to the party. Fine, I'd just be your little tag-along anyway. Just like in that beauty contest. You couldn't just let me enter that by myself, could you? You always have to be the center of attention. Maria scowled. Fine. The party starts at 7 o'clock. Try not to forget, okay? I was kicking myself as soon as I told her off. My sister isn't the sort of person to tell me what to do or not to do. She must have had a reason for not wanting me to go. I was planning on apologizing to her after the party. But then she was abducted, right? Achi polished off the last of his spaghetti. He set down his fork, then wiped his mouth. Hitomi, I get why you're trying so hard to save your sister, he said. And maybe I'm not as tough as that Kanan girl, but I'll stick with you to the end, if you'll let me. He tried his best to convey an optimism he didn't really feel. And once we found her, and she's safe and sound, you can tell her you're sorry about what you said. At long last, Hitomi cracked a smile. Saga. A short while later, the two arrived outside the Jigo building. They were a little early for their 3 o'clock meetup with Kanan. They had decided that searching at random for the blue minivan was too risky. It could easily draw the attention of the man with the cane, or the foreign kidnappers. Getting information from Kanan seemed like the best next move. Oh hey, Achi said as they waited. You got a little rip in your top. Hitomi glanced at her shoulder and saw the tear in the fabric. Oh, you're right. When did this happen, I wonder? Must have snagged it on something while we were running, I guess. We've got some time before Kanan gets here. Do you want to buy some new clothes? Shopping! Huh? Are you sure that's a good idea? We'll stick out if we just stand around here waiting. May as well head inside until it's time. Since many celebrities did their shopping at Jigo, there were back entrances for times when the place was crowded. Everyone who frequented the old shopping district knew about them, including Achi and Hitomi. In a pinch, one of those back entrances could be an escape route. With this in mind, the two headed inside. UFO captures. Shibuya Jigo was an entertainment complex featuring a video arcade and fashion shops. At the time of this story, Jigo includes not only a fashion mall, but various amusements on its different levels. The second floor features all ages fun with rides, games, and sticker machines, while the third floor sports the latest arcade games for the core gamer. There's also a food court that offers things such as crepes and loaded takoyaki octopus dough balls. Takoyaki dough balls. It's weird that they say takoyaki octopus dough balls. I know that they're trying to explain what takoyaki is. It's a mouthful. The ground floor and the 2 basement levels of the building were designed as an amusement area outfitted with skee-ball, claw cranes, fighting games, and the like. The second floor held a mix of photo booths and ladies' wear shops. Oh, I just realized, in the claw machine, that's, Domo-kun. Right? The couch-looking guy. He had lots of memes in the early days of the internet. On the third floor were specifically fashion boutiques, and on the fourth were restaurants. Achi and Hitomi took the escalator to the second floor. Hitomi started heading for the shops, but Achi stopped her. Hey, wait up. What's the matter? A dude hanging around a women's clothing store is gonna stand out. I'll wait for you here. There seemed to be nobody but female customers around. If the man with the cane or the kidnappers appeared, Achi figured, he would spot them right away. It should be safe for Hitomi to shop on her own for a short while. Alright, Hitomi said. I'll try to make this quick. She began to head onto the sales floor. Hey, what are you doing in this storyline? Phew! A seedy-looking man poked out from beneath the door of a photo booth right at Hitomi's feet. That was a close one, wasn't it, Tama? He said to her. Oh, right, because he's seen Tama. He hired her because of her looks. So he thinks Hitomi is Tama. I thought it was dead meat for sure. His tone was oddly cheerful, considering what he was saying. Who's this guy? Achi said. You know him? No, I don't. The sketchy fellow gave her an ingratiating look. Come Come on, Tama, don't be like that. Hitomi took an anxious step back. Hey man, knock it off. Achi dragged the guy up to his feet. Okay, no need to get all testy. Who is this guy, Tama? He your boyfriend? Boyfriend? That might be one way to get rid of him. That's right, so how about you get lost? Bashful grin spread across Achi's face. I guess. Achi didn't want to give the wrong impression. Yeah, I think he would call himself the boyfriend and just to get rid of this guy. Is what he was about to say, but Hitomi spoke up first. No, he's not. What? So you're not her boyfriend? The guy flashed a broad grin. I'm a guy, that's her friend. Hey, listen, you creep. Who the hell are you? Oh, me? The man's face suddenly blanched. Oh, crap! Tama, hold on to this for a bit, will you? The weirdo shoved a worn-out magazine into Hitomi's hands, then bolted off in a panic. The heck was that all about? Okay, so we can see the Yakuza guys. Well, I guess they're not Yakuza. I guess they're Yakuza. I don't know. They're loan sharks, at least. Loan collectors. Yeah, I wonder why he ran off like that. We can see them in the background. Achi and Hitomi stared at one another. Unsavory fellows. Well, anyway, Achi said, there are a lot of nut jobs out there, so just be careful, yeah? Okay, if anything happens, I'll give you a shout. Hitomi flashed him an impish smile, then scampered off onto the sales floor. As he watched her go, Achi muttered to himself, damn it, why does she have to be so cute? Good old Yanagashita, he's still around. 5 minutes or more passed as Achi waited for Hitomi. He stood by the escalator, almost as if he were keeping guard. That girl's worried about him. She doesn't trust him. Female shoppers began to give him icy stares for being somewhere he probably shouldn't. What the hell? Don't you all have boyfriends or husbands? You gotta go shopping together? Come on. You thought he was done for during the journalist story segment? This sucks. Come on, Hitomi, hurry up and get back here. The longer he waited, the more uncomfortable he felt. How long was she gonna take? Then he happened to turn around to see Hitomi riding the escalator up. Is that Maria? It looked like she indeed bought some new clothes. Good evening, Blombo. Hey, Hitomi! She didn't seem to hear him. He decided to shout a bit louder. He decided to go after her. Yeah, let's go after Maria, see what she's up to. I mean, she's not Hitomi, and she doesn't have memory, right? She has amnesia. So, she doesn't know her name. She gave a fake name, Tama. She doesn't know her name, she doesn't know who she is. Even if she did, she's not Hitomi, and people shouting Hitomi, that's a pretty common name, so I wouldn't answer. Yeah, sorry, the big reveal at the end of last stream was that Tama was Maria this whole time. Which I think I had a theory about, and I called it out once, but now it's been proven. He decided to go after her. Had she forgotten where he was waiting for her? That is true. That could be the case. But again, the amnesia. She stayed on the escalator, heading up towards the top floor. What about Tama's up to? Maybe she's going batting. The batting cages. I assume they have top floor batting cages. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. This was the restaurant floor, so it was more open than the other levels. A floor designated solely for eateries. Typically, this is the topmost floor of a mall building like Jigo. Those who head up here during morning hours will likely find the place deserted. Jigo's restaurant floor features a variety of different cuisines, including Chinese, Italian, creative Japanese food, sushi, tempura, and other delicacies from around the world. Yeah. I felt like it. I was waiting. Like, I didn't want to commit. Anything could happen. He hurriedly began to look around. As he wandered, he bumped into a man talking on his cell phone. That's Mr. Tanaka. I think. It's a weird angle, but I believe that's him. Ah, sorry, my bad. Achi held up a hand in apology, but the man was too engrossed in his conversation to notice. No, you're not getting it. The lock was undone, too. The lock? The man startled Achi by suddenly shouting into his phone. So we know that Mr. Tanaka has a recording device, or he has a bug or something. So he's been recording all the conversations with Osawa. We know that Hitomi believes she can trust him, but now she's talking about a lock. So he might be in on the kidnapping. But I don't want to jump to conclusions. You know what I say about assumptions. You need to consider the risk of it getting out. Whatever this guy was talking about, he sure was angry with whoever was on the other end. Look, I'll figure out what to do about the minivan. You just handle things on your end. Minivan? Achi's interest was piqued, but he needed to find Hitomi before he let anything distract him. As he scoured the 4th floor, he came across a Chinese buffet and noticed a large window in its outer walls. You could see a lot of Shibuya through those windows. Maybe Hitomi had decided to look for the minivan from up here. Why would she not tell you? One of the restaurant employees came rushing up as Achi headed inside. Sir, I am sorry, she said. Sir, you'll have to forgive the inconvenience. We're not open to the, public, not right now. Not at the moment, I mean. Why is this so ominous? This is important. The employee's voice was oddly subdued for some reason. Masai Takei, a part-time staffer at Imabiki Chinese restaurant. Her boss chewed her out pretty bad for showing up at work with her nails manicured black. She was ordered to go to the restroom and scrub them clean, but no amount of nail polish remover was going to do the trick, and so she's been dealing with her boss's wrath all day long. That's fucked up. What? I don't think nail polish is supposed to do that. Oh, okay. I'm scared. Why not? Achi asked. Well, you see, one of our customers ate all of our food. Ghost polish? They ate all of it? Looking around, Achi saw a chubby young woman camped out at a table by one of the windows. It's Chidi! She's showing up everywhere. All the stories are colliding together. After all the orange juice she drank and all the food she ate earlier, which was only like 2 hours ago, if you think about it. That was like her at the cafe. Set out before her was a veritable mountain of plates. What I'm trying to say, sir, is that we're closed for the rest of the day. Oh, but I'm with her actually, Achi lied. Without waiting for a reply, he barged into the restaurant. He took a quick look around, but there was no sign of Hitomi. I mean, she'll probably be the one that eats the 1,000 scoops of ice cream. They set up, look, they set up a eating competition and Cheery exists. So there's no way that those two things do not collide at some point. Before leaving though, he figured he'd at least take a look out the windows. The huge glass panes looked out onto Dogenzaka. He had a decent view of the roads, but he didn't spot a blue minivan. Achi dropped his gaze to the sidewalk outside the building. Oh. He let out a tiny gasp. Even from 4 stories up, there was no mistaking what he saw. A group of black-clad foreign men had gathered outside the building. I love how inconspicuous this crime syndicate is. Alright, we're all gonna be foreigners, and we're all gonna wear black. And all have tattoo. It'll be great. No one's gonna realize anything. Had they figured out that he and Hitomi were inside? He needed to find her, and fast. Well, we believe that Hitomi probably has some kind of tracking device on her. Oh, which could be in her clothes, which if she's changing her clothes, she might be free of. But they would still track her here. Which would explain why Mr. Tanaka's here. He raced out of the restaurant, alert for trouble. Keep out. Alright, so that's what Achi's been up to. It was a good thing we followed Maria upstairs. Maybe we should see on what Maria's up to. Why did she go up to the restaurant floor? Maybe she's hanging out with Chidi. The sales clerk continues to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Huh? Really? I perk up at that. Maybe I could find out something about who I am. Yeah, you totally look like some pop singer on TV or TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant. He saw Hitomi at one point, but he probably already forgot. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay. I mean, it's just something I picked up off the side of the... The sales clerk stammers for a moment. Okay, how about I take off 10,000? 30,000 and it's yours. You mean it? That perks me right back up. Guess I'm easy to please. Get your mind out of the gutter. That's not what she means and you know it. I didn't think that at all. Sure, you look like you might need to buy some new clothes too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. How did both you and Hitomi get the tear in the same shoulder? So, what do you want to do about that cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Oh, right. What should I do? Well, the last time, in a previous timeline, the last time you left it out, a murderer took it and dressed up in it and then killed Hitomi. So... maybe. I feel a little guilty about asking him to go out of his way for me more than he already has. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. Yeah, let him have it. Fuck it. He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. Sure, if you don't mind, I say. You know he's gonna sell it. I think that was just straight up Maria being a badass. She knows an assassin, a Middle Eastern assassin. Like, who's to say she's not a badass? I pay him the 30,000 yen, take the necklace, and leave the knickknack shop. I wonder if that is her necklace. Why has my controller stopped working? What is going on with this game? This is like... This happened before. The controller's plugged in. It's working. I can go to... I have a controller test website. Well, I don't have it bookmarked. I always have to Google it. Gamepad tester. Oh, it's actually not working. But I had this problem with the Xbox controller too. I wonder if it's the Steam... You know that Steam has that like controller thingy, Bob? Yeah, even Steam can't see it. Yeah, that's interesting that Steam can't see it. I am confused. And unplugging it and plugging it in doesn't seem to help. Steam sees an Xbox 360 controller. Now the buttons work. That was weird. This happened with the Xbox controller too, so it's not just this controller. I'm using an 8-bit dough right now. Yeah, now the gamepad tester's working. Nope, but now the game still doesn't work. I'm gonna have to switch to keyboard. A few minutes later, near the station, I spot some sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see that it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. Yeah, this is the only game I've had inputs drop, and it just like would never come back. It happened on the Xbox, what do you call them? The Series Core controllers or whatever? It happened to one of those. It's happening to this 8-bit dough in X input mode. I have no idea what this game is doing. They probably sell shirts in here. I hurry on inside. Maybe it's a bad port. The interior of the building is like a twisting maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. Oh, I think that's Time Crisis 4? No, not Time Crisis 4. Wait, 2000... Yeah, it would be Time Crisis 4. I think that's the Time Crisis 4 machine on the left. I don't know what the girl has. It's like she has some kind of wand or something. I take the escalator to the second floor and find myself amidst rows of games. 2006, 2008, it would be Time Crisis 4. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but I must have gone the wrong way. Excuse me. You haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? It crashed many times for you? That's interesting. Everyone is here, by the way. Just everyone. I turned to see a miserable looking... Tama, that's rude. A miserable looking middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. Tario Toyama, he got separated from his daughter Hana while running from debt collectors. He's on edge, worried that the men who are after him might take Hana hostage. Have you seen her? A little girl about 10 years old. A girl around 10. Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana. Hana Toyama. Hana. Oh, that's a pretty name. So, she's about yay tall. The man launches into a rapid-fire explanation, describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. I got separated from her around Center Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come here. Center Guy? That's right, now I remember. This is the guy I bumped into earlier in the afternoon, while I was racing around in the cat costume. He got separated from his daughter? Yikes, if she did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of these crowds. Are you sure she didn't go back home? I ask. Well, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you, I'll look around a bit more. I like his cartoon noise. With that, Hana's father disappeared into the crowd. I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. I bump into Mr. Yanagashita in a hallway lined with photo booths. He's already on his next scheme. Huh? Boss? What's he doing in a place like this? Oh, Tama, you're out of the suit! For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, finally managed to get it off. That's good. I wish you could have been at the sales demo without your face hidden away. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier. Are you going on a trip? Yeah, I was, but then I remembered something important. I get motion sickness, something fierce. He sounds kind of proud of himself. So, yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that now. What about the money you owe? I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I might have found my solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. Oh, he has the scratch cards. Right here. I found a great way to make a killing. You know what's weird? I thought tabbing to get the highlight would make a sound effect. But it's not making a sound effect. Is the game just being weird right now? To earn a lot of money, usually in a very short time, and or with little effort, the phrase originated in the 19th century in reference to hunters who were paid based on the number of kills they made. Oh, I just heard the sound effect for closing it. So, okay. Maybe I'm just misremembering. He opens the magazine he's holding to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. You just gotta scratch off one of these to win 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them, and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, his story doesn't quite add up. Oh, Studio Saga. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery sort of thing. I like her turning to us. Well then, having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly a foolproof solution. Quite the opposite, in fact. But I hold my tongue. Okay then, now that my goddess of fortune, Tama's here, let me hurry and scratch these suckers off. Well, they own the building, or at least have a very important part of the building. Yanagashita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. I mean, so what you don't know, Kurosaki, is in an earlier chapter, that old guy, the balding old guy who's looking for his daughter, he runs this magazine, and all the scratch cards are winners. And so that's why he's in debt. So all the scratch cards are going to win. This also kind of ties into Yanagashita's real life, where the actor, which I believe his nickname is Eggplant in Japanese, he was on a reality show where he was given nothing, not even clothes. He was like in a bare apartment, and everything. He could leave the apartment if he raised enough money with his lottery winnings. So like his lottery winnings, he might win like a bag of rice, he might win some clothes or a gift card. Eventually he'll get furniture, things like that. And that was a reality show that he kept winning lottos in. And yeah, okay. But yeah, what Kajarden says, there's an easy way to find the spot. But Yanagashita is probably too dumb to realize that. Yeah, go look up Yanagashita's real life counterpart, because it's fucked up. Yanagashita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Ah, that one's a loser. Maybe that next one. Nope, that's a loser too. Damn it, this one? How's it this one? In a spectacular display, he scratches off one losing card after another. Oh, Yanagashita. You were so close. You could have had money, except that it would also put someone else into further debt, who the same people are collecting. Soon he's down to just one last magazine. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Oh, please don't say that. Mr. Yanagashita looks like he's on the verge of tears. I might have flipped those two. I stare at one of the losing scratch cards. You know, if you could just see the symbols through the card, you'd win for sure, I say jokingly. Uh-oh, she's figured it out. I hold the card up to the light. When I do, I really can't see the symbols through the card. Boss, I think I might have just... Shh. He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at him in surprise. Mr. Yanagashita has gone all pale. Quiet, Tama. Those guys are here. He shoves me into a photo booth. Those guys? The debt collectors, he hisses. They just do not give up. Yeah, he was mistaking Hitomi for Tama. And now we know that Tama, or Maria, is here and had met with Yanagashita here. He clutches the side of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spot a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Is it those two? Shh, not so loud. The men are looking around and they're getting closer and closer. What do I do? Oh, what do I do? Mr. Yanagashita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is not good. This is not good, Mr. Yanagashita whimpers. Getting involved with those thugs strikes me as a bad idea. I pretend not to know Yanagashita and run off. This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. So I think this top one is probably what the game wants from me, but I kind of want to see their attempt at hiding. This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. Unfortunately, I don't really see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still and we'll be fine, I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. The curtain is drawn, so people can't see inside, but just to keep up appearances, we start taking photos as if we're normal customers. She's loving this. And for some reason he has shoes. I don't think they were even his shoes. We saw his shoes, because he took them off to get money out of them in the previous chapter. I don't think these are... Were they? I don't know. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yanagashita murmurs. Well, he already paid her. In fact, he paid her for not even succeeding at the job. What will do if they find us? They won't. Just don't worry. Despite my reassurances, it was a while before he stopped trembling. Then he said, You know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love. Don't go here, Yanagashita. You don't want to go here. Uh-huh. Do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall for each other. So, want to get married? No way. Yeah, I am not having this conversation. You tell her, or you tell him, girl. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. Mr. Yanagashita peeks out and quickly scans the surrounding area. They're gone? They're gone! So long, losers! His fear has given way to a burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's go take some commemorative photos. Huh? To commemorate what exactly? Come on, it'll be fun. Okay, big smile now. Ready? I'm glad we did this. BFF's broke. Afro life. Ready, cheese, butter, margarine. Broke friends forever. After that, I part ways with Mr. Yamashita and head to a different floor. You didn't even tell him he could win the scratch-off ticket. You're harsh. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratch cards. The guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. Alright, you're telling him as a lesson. That's good. He'll never learn if he keeps getting handouts. The third floor is packed with young girls. I spot a shirt that catches my eye and head to the fitting room to try it on. There, I realize there's something in my pocket. Something I must have been carrying around for a while. It's a photo. A photo of a white man. Who's this guy? So that's the secret agent. I forgot his name. He has two first names. I forgot both of them. Stanley. Jack Stanley. Thank you. Thank you, Plombo. I can't quite tell if I recognize him or not. This man. Huh? Dangerous. I hear someone's voice inside my head. Stay away from him. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. I see a girl standing before me. I can't quite recall her face, but I get the impression she's someone very important. She speaks to me. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. So this is Kanan, because we recognize the tattoo. That's all. Then I snap back to my senses. It feels like I was right on the cusp of remembering something critical. At any rate, it seems that there's some connection between me and the man in the photo. Try as I might, though, I can't recall anything more than that. Aw, hell yeah. I try on the shirt I picked out. Yeah, that looks good. I decide to buy it and have the store toss out my torn sweater for me. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. So this is Achi. Did we jump to Achi? Yeah, let's jump back to Achi. Alright, last time we saw Achi, he saw that the bad guys were outside. Achi took the escalator down to the third floor. And there was Hitomi, standing right in the open, after he'd been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought we were going to meet on the second floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. You know, their hair is styled differently. I bet that's just for us, but you should be able to see that, Achi. I'm gonna comment. There's an anime about I think they're quintuplets, and in the anime they color every quintuplet's hair different, but in the logic of the show they all have the same hair color. The only people that see the different hair color is us, the viewer, as a way to just tell them apart. I think that's really funny. Yeah, I get it. I was just fucking with them. Well, anyway, come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys might have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let go, what gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Yeah, that's right, girl. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Now, Achi knows that, that Hitomi has a twin sister. So I think at some point he should piece in his head, maybe this isn't Hitomi. But, he also thinks that she's, and everyone thinks that she's kidnapped currently. Hey, Hitomi. I have forgotten that Achi is very dumb. You're right. Kano and Achi are very dumb. He hurried after her. It was like changing your clothes. It also changed her personality. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. He headed in the direction Hitomi had gone and came to a stairwell. What the hell is going on? Had she gone up? Or down? Achi frowned in consternation. Hey, stop right there! He heard shouting coming from down below. Then came the sound of footsteps rushing up the stairs. Hitomi? Was someone chasing her? Achi bolted down the stairs before he could mull over it too much. Down on the landing, she ran into a man who was pale in the face. Every time I see Toyama, I just feel like I feel bad for him, and I also feel bad for anyone that has to interact with him. You gotta help me. The man went and cowered behind Achi. Two thuggish-looking men came up the stairs after him. Hand him over, kid. Yeah, don't make us do nothing we'll both forget. Two guys bullying some frail old man? Achi huffed. And you want me to just turn a blind eye while that goes down? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. God, Achi, you're such a good boy. The younger fellow, the one who looked like a small-time gangster, sneered. Oh, you're gonna want to turn a blind eye to this, little man. This is gonna get bloody. You're just gonna do this here, inside here? By the way, Achi asked, either of you see a girl around here? Super cute? About... Sorry, I like this. Achi with that ultra instinct. Did Achi give wrong directions? Was that Achi? I guess it was Achi. Osawa also... Yeah, multiple people have given them wrong directions, though, is the problem, I think. Like, multiple people have kind of fucked with them. So it's hard to remember exactly who has done it. The gangster suddenly threw a jab with his right fist, and Achi dodged on reflex. The punch wound up catching the man hiding behind him, right in the face instead. Oh, whoops. Achi realized his mistake a moment too late. Oh, ugh. The man splayed out onto the floor. Whoa, my bad, Gramps. You okay? Achi hunkered down and slapped the man in the face. Yeah. I don't remember anymore. Also, why are they outside Osawa's shed? They should have just stayed in the shed. Oh, but they got hungry or something. I don't know. Hey, come on, stay with me. It's no use. I'm done for. Please, look after Hana, Minorikawa. The man's muttering was all but incomprehensible. Hey, Achi said, this guy seriously needs to get to a hospital or he's in big trouble. What is this face you're making? What is this emotion that you're trying to convey? You guys, go call an ambulance. He needs... When Achi looked back, the man in the sunglasses was standing over him, holding the fire extinguisher. They're so happy. Why wait for an ambulance when the fire department's already here? The butt of the fire extinguisher came right down onto Achi's face. Ow. Achi, you let your guard down. But I didn't call for the fire department. Bad end. I didn't call for the fire department. While chasing after Hitomi, Achi had a run-in with some Yakuza and got beaten up. But actually, the girl Achi was following wasn't Hitomi. In order for Achi to avoid this disastrous fate, that girl needs to run off in a different direction. That's a good ending. Whoopsies. Okay, so F2 is the time chart. Why is it F2? What are you sickos doing? Okay, so this was a choice to go upstairs or downstairs, but this is the choice we need for Hitomi? Or for him to see Maria. Yeah, ignored by Hitomi. Oh, wait, no, this is a choice before. I guess he never did have a choice. It was just this choice. Okay. I know, it's just function keys have totally fallen out of favor for, like, standard controls like this. He decided to go... So, for him to decide to go after her... He decided to go after her. He goes upstairs. He sees the Chinese restaurant and Chidi-chan cleaning it out. And he checks the window. So if we go with this, he's not going to see the bad guys outside. He decided to shout a bit louder. I think that's why I want the controller to work. Maybe I should reboot the game. Hey, come on. Wait up. Hitomi stole a quick look back at him. Where are you going? He called. It's not safe for us to get too separated. I like that we got a keep out into a bad end. I'm glad the game can do that. Yet she still continued her flight toward the upper floor. What is she gonna do? There's people probably behind her. She can't just walk down the escalator. Did she not realize it was him or something? Achi hurried in pursuit. Oh, he follows her anyway. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. Yeah, okay, so he has the same upstairs experience? I can't jump to any of these. And it won't let me go past this segment. So past this segment must be new stuff, but I can't go past it, so I do have to go through it. That seems strange. Alright, so we've already seen this. He runs into Mr. Tanaka. Mr. Tanaka's talking about a lock in a minivan. Ah, you're right. Well, I am gonna get new stuff, though. Because it's not letting me jump past that. I wonder what I'll see. Yeah, but like he has to at least try to find her because he runs into her. He runs into Maria and is all like, "Hey, we gotta go." So he needs to see that there's villains outside. That has to happen. Yes, she's chomping. It's just weird they don't give me a convenient way to fast forward through any of this. I know it only lets you when you're doing the arrows, it only lets you jump to choices, jumps, or when the like block has changed on the time chart. I think that's how it works. Okay, we're back to the keep out. Wait, but didn't I jump and then made a choice? Buy new clothes, run in with Yanagashita. Okay, so I need to change this. Okay, I get it now. Interesting. I'm glad we did do this because we got to take all the good pictures, though. Getting involved with the thugs strike me as a bad idea. I pretend to not know Yanagashita and run off. Ah, Tama! Wake up, please! I can still hear him calling pathetically as I scurry away. I didn't get to mention the transparent scratch cards, but that may be for the best. This guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. Okay, so I might be in familiar territory. No, this is new. Hey, come on, wait up. I'm on the escalator to the 3rd floor when I hear someone shouting. Oh, I have to acknowledge that, that I shouted at her. I figured that didn't happen the last timeline. I figured it's someone yelling to their kid, but when I turn to look, I see a young man I don't recognize staring right at me. Where are you going? It's not safe for us to get too separated. What? Who's this weirdo? Is this some new pickup trick or something? I rushed up the escalator to get away from the guy. I'm out of here. When I get to the restaurant section of the 4th floor, I'm hit with a sudden pang of hunger. Oh, Sonic's here! Look, Sonic! Come to think of it, I haven't eaten a thing all day. Well, she seems to have, like, her intuition and, like, her street smarts, kinda, still? Sonic is here. I'm so hungry, I mutter myself as I walk around. Bah! What should I eat? Then I spot Cheery coming out of a Chinese restaurant. Hey, Cheery! She turns to look at me confused. Who are you? Oh, it's me, Tama. I thought I recognized that voice, she replies with a nod. Did you eat again? I ask. Well, yeah, but then they kicked me out. Isn't that just terrible? She looks pretty displeased. I came here because they said it was all you can eat, but then they closed shop because they ran out of food. What is... I love her. Oh, wow, you're right. I spot one of the restaurant staff hanging a closed sign on the front door. Man, now my early afternoon snack is ruined. An afternoon snack? At an all-you-can-eat buffet. I can't help but stare at Cheery's midsection, amazed by what that stomach is capable of. It does seem to be, like, supernatural. By the way, have you seen the boss? She asks. I thought he'd finally accepted that he needs to buckle down and work, but he's got some new crazy scheme. Guess the guy's just never gonna learn. I figured nothing good's gonna come from associating with him. I better be careful if I were you too. Huh. Done with her little rant, Charity says goodbye and heads off among the restaurants to clean out another restaurant. We could have had a nice lunch together. Hitomi? Who said that? Were they talking to me? I turned to see a businessman of some sort staring in my direction. Like everyone I've run into today, I don't recognize him. Girl, you have amnesia. You even know you have amnesia. For some reason, though, I feel relaxed in his presence. Is that you, Hitomi? Hitomi. Could that be my name? Or are you Maria? No, As I fumble for words, the man peers at me with obvious concern. What are you doing in a place like this? We need to get you back home. Your parents are worried sick. My parents? Did someone file a missing person report while I've been wandering around with amnesia? The man leads the way and I follow. Oh, we didn't get the sick outfit. We leave the Jigo building, but head down a narrow alleyway. I think this is a bad end. But I think this is going to reveal to us that Tanaka is not great. Then the man suddenly stops. I feel a jolt of anxiety as I notice something gleaming in his hand. It doesn't matter which of the two you are. You're both in the way. Damn. He mutters almost as if talking to himself. Whoa. I think my controller rumbled. Controller, are you okay again? Right after that, everything was dark. I felt a rumble. I'm gonna try to press the button on the controller. No, the controller still doesn't work, but I swear it rumbled. What is this game doing to my controllers? After meeting a man who seemed to know her on the restaurant level, our heroine hoped to find out more about her past. Instead, she wound up getting attacked in an alleyway. Ultimately, this all came to pass because she was avoiding that young man who mistook her for Hitomi. If he hadn't come shouting after her, she would have gone on to buy some clothes as she'd originally intended. Okay. Oop, didn't want to do that. So we have to fix that choice and then find a new choice for her. I swear the jump happened. It must have happened after the choice. Oops. Wait, huh? Okay, let me go past it by accident. Alright, so he decided to go after her without shouting. So she never hears him, never knows that he's chasing her, and thus she goes to the clothes floor instead of the restaurant floor. Meanwhile, he goes to the restaurant floor in both timelines. I took the escalator down to the 3rd floor, and that's where he saw Hitomi. So I think what we can do now is we can go back. Yeah, now we're back at the bad end. Okay, so yeah, I never had a choice. It was actually the jump went into this, but then went into a bad end. So I have to make a choice after this to affect this. That's clever. The game is clever. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. There you are. I thought you were going to meet on the 2nd floor. Oh, someone's playing Tetris the Grandmaster. Look, they're playing Tetris the Grandmaster. Ah, sick. Also, I think that's Guilty Gear. Oh yeah, that's totally Guilty Gear. That's all I can recognize from this shot. Tetris the Grandmaster, I don't know which one, and Guilty Gear, I don't know which one. 2008, probably Accent Core? Going to meet. What's this guy talking about? I've never seen him before. Ah, well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why do we need to do that? Hide? Why? Because those guys might have found us. They're outside. He grabs my hand and I yank it away. Hey, come on, what gives? Is this some new pickup truck or something? Whatever it is, it's way too aggressive. I get the heck out of there. Hey! Hey! The guy keeps shouting, but I ignore him and try to slip into the crowd. When I look back though, I see that he's still following me. Look at that look of disgust. What did I do? For now, maybe I should head to another floor. Maybe I should hide someplace where there are fewer people. So I'm assuming that her going to another floor is what leads, it leads him to the stairs, which leads him into the bad end. So we're gonna... So she could have a fun adventure. Let's see where that goes. For now, maybe I should head to another floor. I want to know where she goes. I hurry towards the bank of elevators. I know, I'll have to fix this later. Or maybe not. She didn't go to the stairs. Mr. Yamashita jump scare. Well, if it isn't Tama, what a coincidence! It's Yamashita again. I try to walk on by like I don't notice him, but it's already too late. Huh? Where'd your boyfriend go? Boyfriend? I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, perfect timing. Can you give me back that magazine? Nothing you're saying is making any sense. I peer at him in confusion. Once again, Yamashita looks like he might start to cry. Don't tease me like this. I did give it to you, right? No, you didn't give me anything. I get it. You wanted that 100 yen all to yourself. So now you're playing dumb, is that it? No, I honestly have no idea what this is all about. By now he's all worked up and getting red in the face. Look, you might have amnesia, but that excuse ain't gonna fly with me. The amnesia has nothing to do with it. He doesn't seem to want to believe me, no matter what I say. Come on, hurry up and just give it back. Otherwise I'm gonna start bawling here, real loud. He's going to cry? Seriously? This guy's a real piece of work. Well, what's it gonna be? You gonna make a grown man cry? It would certainly be pretty embarrassing if he starts sobbing now. But I can't exactly give him back a magazine, I never had. The elevator doors open. Well, if it isn't our little entrepreneur, we've been looking for you. It's the two thugs from before, and there's no avoiding them this time. Asao Ozu and his underling Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. Ozu is quite frightening when angry. His nickname is Ozu the Ogre, but despite his strong emotions, he is very logic-driven. Segawa is the archetypical punk who likes to get into scuffles, but he's also a really good cook. I'm glad we know that. Yikes! The men drag Mr. Yamashita into the elevator. Save me, Tama! He grabs grabs hold of my hand. Hey, let go of me! Great, now I'm in the elevator too, and the doors are shutting. Now then, Mr. Yamashita, says the bald-headed man, there's no one else to run. His tone is polite, but also pretty foreboding. Oh, wait, just hold on, I can get you the money. I'm just about to get loads of it. Enough of your poppycock, snarls the younger guy. Balderdash, claptrap, straight up nonsense. Taken from the Dutch, papacock, meaning soft dung. That's lovely. I'm glad I'm getting etymology lessons. You're getting etymology lessons. I really mean it this time. Please, you have to believe me. I could pay you 100,000 right now. 100,000? You really carrying around that much? Asked the bald man. I said etymology. I'm pretty sure I said etymology. I know entomology is bugs. No, not me, the girl. The men turn to eye me in unison. Uh-oh. She's holding on to something that's worth 100,000 yen. What? No worries. The sudden turn in the conversation has me all flustered. Tama, please, Yamashita says. Just hand it over. I already told you I don't know what you're talking about. The elevator stops at the first floor and the doors open. I love that everyone is here. Everyone is just collided. Not everyone, but a good amount of them. Standing on the other side of the doors is the guy I ran into earlier, Hana's father. The bald-headed man snarls. Toyama. I'll just get the next one. Hana's father bolts like a startled hare. The bald man and his cronies stare after him. Now's my chance, Yanagishita hisses. He darts out of the elevator and makes a run for it. On all fours. These are good faces. Hey, after him, shouts the bald man. After who? Him or him? Just start with Toyama. The two thugs race after Hana's father. They've left me all by myself. I'm worried enough to think about going after them, but before too long, I've lost sight of them all. Look, there's a poster for something from Chunsoft and Saga. For a long time there, I just stand there, dumbfounded, like a hurricane victim lingering in the aftermath. What a day this has been. When I finally get my wits about me, I realize I'm pretty hungry. That's right, I didn't get to eat lunch. Oh, we never ran into Cheery either, because we didn't go to the 4th floor yet. I head for the 4th floor where the restaurants are. Oh, I wonder if this leads into the bad end. No, we have a different outfit though. We'll die with a different outfit. Since I really don't want to run into Yanagishita and those other guys again, I decide to take the escalator. As I'm riding up, I hear a commotion coming from the floor below. It's a man's voice shouting angrily. Out of my way, come on. I pay the outburst no heed and let the escalator take me up. I'm just oblivious. Ho-hum, amnesia. When I arrive at the 4th floor restaurant section, the sign for a Chinese buffet catches my eye. A style of dining where guests serve themselves freely from an array of prepared foods, taking as much of each as they want. Many hotels and restaurants tend to hold buffets at lunchtime or for brunch. Sometimes, however, this just winds up being a kind of cruel trap, with crowded lines making it take forever for you to get even near the food. Oh, sorry. That's kind of this game, though. You gotta jump between them, and you know, you gotta keep up. I try to kind of, you know, say what's going on in parts. Imabiki Chinese restaurant. The name means something along the lines of fire of morning. I guess fire is important for cooking, but that's kind of an unsettling thing to call an eatery. I hope we get to see the one employee with the black nail polish. Oh well, I guess the name doesn't really matter. I'm in a mood to straight up devour some Chinese food. When I go to enter though, I'm stopped by one of the employees. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid we're not accepting any more, customers. I mean, we're not really open. Not just now. She sounds a little bewildered by her own words. Why not? Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all of our food. Someone ate an entire restaurant out of food? Is that even possible? What I'm trying to say, miss, is that we're, closed for the day. Okay, maybe that's something to keep an eye out for. Maybe translators keep an eye out. Keep an eye open. Ah, go figure. Looks like Mr. Yanagishita's bad luck has rubbed off on me. I guess I'll have to look for another restaurant to... She's gonna run into... Oh, she ran into Hana. Hold up, who's that kid? I thought we were gonna meet up with Mr. Tanaka. Because he is on this floor. But maybe he's not on this floor anymore because that time has passed. Lying idly across the seats in the waiting area at the front of the restaurant is a young girl. Is this the girl that dismal-looking fellow has been searching for? Why are you so mean to Mr. Toyama? She looks so sad, it makes my heart ache. I can't just leave her alone. Excuse me, is your name Hana? She looks wary at the question. Your father's been looking for you, I say. Han ignores me and just stares up at the ceiling. Hey, how about we try to find your dad together? I coax the girl into getting up, then I call out to the restaurant staffer. She thinks she's in like a Silent Hill. They're like, okay, you gotta make it creepy, and she's like, ah. Excuse me, where should I go to ask them to put an announcement on the PA system? Dunno, maybe the first floor? The security office? Right, down we go. I take Hana with me, and we get on one of the elevators together. Do you know my father? Hana's tone is pretty brusque. Well, I don't really know him exactly. Then are you a debt collector? I laugh and shake my head. Would a debt collector be wearing an outfit like this? Hey, Grija. How's it going? Hana let out a deep sigh. So you're just kind of butting in, then? Well, yeah, I guess so. I can't help but grin sheepishly. I feel like something about sad little Hana is stirring some of my lost memories. If I just came out and told her that, though, she'd probably think I was a total weirdo. So I decide to say something else. I guess I just get bored being all by myself? I guess I'm just the sort of person who can't ignore someone in trouble. I think that's the line she would say. You're weird. Hana looks away from me. I bet I get the same response. When I get to the security office, I hear voices coming from inside. I wonder what they're talking about. She doesn't know she's a weirdo. She has amnesia. She's just instinctually a weirdo. I peek in through the crack in the door and see a man with a cane speaking with a security office guard. Oh no, it's the detective that's trying to kill Hitomi. Will he be able to know which one's which? How many exits are there that lead outside? There's the main entrance on the first floor, along with 2 side entrances. Also, there's one down on the first basement level, and another in the second basement. The security guard spoke with polite precision. I see, says the man with the cane. I need you to shutter all exits except for the main entrance, right away. Understood, sir. I mean, if you're here with me, we're all a little bit weirdo. Attention all shoppers. The announcement comes in over the loudspeaker. Due to maintenance, all first floor entrances other than the main entrance have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. I'm not sure what just happened, but it sounds like the main entrance is now the only way out. Come on, I say, let's have them make an announcement for us. But when I turn around, Hana is gone. She must have run off while I was distracted. Well, looky here, if it ain't that little cutie again. I don't know who's talking, so I won't do a voice yet. The 2 thugs that were after Yanagashita come strolling towards me. Oh, are we in a bad end? Wow, you're a speedy one, huh? Says the bald man. Weren't you downstairs just now? Okay, so he's run into Hitomi. And did you change your clothes too? He looks me over, seeming impressed. Hey, hold on, let me see your face. The younger man grabs me by the wrist. You know Yanagashita, yeah? I mean, we did beat up the bride champion. I think we could take him. Go on, give him a quick little call for us. It is a good face. He gives me a sharp yank. Let go of me. Can it, girlie? Just give the man a call and we're all good. I have nothing to do with that guy. Do it now. These guys aren't even listening to me. Now I'm pretty pissed off. I said, I have nothing to do with that guy. Hell yeah! So she knows Kanan, and Kanan is an assassin. So maybe she's also an assassin, or at least she's trained with Kanan in the Middle East. That'd be sick, because she's sick right now. I whip my manhandled arm in a wide arc and send the younger man flying into a stack of boxes. Guess he must have not been expecting that. He's fucking dead. He hits hard, the impact knocking him out cold. Whoa, who the heck are you? The old man asks, his eyes wide. Shut up, I tell him. You're next. This is a good picture. This is probably be part of the thumbnail. Have you guys been looking at the YouTube channel? The thumbnails I make for this series are so fucking great. I love them. Every time I have to make a thumbnail, I get to sift through all of these great, wonderful pictures and decide which one I want. Irk. I flash a winning grin. He gathers up his fallen friend and drags him away as fast as he can go. Okay, that was pretty strange. It was just like when I was fighting Miku. My body seems to know how to pull off all these moves instinctively. Am I a martial artist, maybe? You're damn impressive. You beat up Miku. Anyway, I gotta go find Hana. You've seen the thumbnails now? They're pretty good, right? I put a lot of effort into it. Easier said than done. I wander around the building, but I don't see any sign of the girl. Maybe she went back home. Eventually, I slumped down on a bench in a corner. I wish I could go home too, I muttered to myself. Whoa. Something cold presses against my neck. What? Is that what I think it is? Make a scene and I slit your throat. Oh no, it is a knife. Oh, we have new syndicate foreigners. We have someone from like a Disney High School Musical, and with his lovely curls. I don't believe for a second that man is a syndicate crime member. I'm sorry. I know, I'm being rude. That's two foreign men grabbed me by the arms from either side. In that moment, fragmentary memories flood through my mind. I'm on the street. It looks like some place in the Middle East. I'm being dragged along by several men. I'm too scared to speak. Oh, is this how we meet Kanan? Is that we were being like accosted by people being kidnapped? There are people on the street, market vendors, but none of them seem willing to get involved. The men drag me into some back alley. Help me. Please, somebody help me. I'm being abducted. And then a dark silhouette drops down in front of me. The figure brandishes a knife, threateningly at the men. God, we need to see this sequel anime. I want to know more about her. The blade moves with dazzling speed. My captors are all down in mere moments. Who is this? We're gonna watch it in the Discord once we're done with this game. I assure you, I promise. That is a promise. Who came to save me? I try my utmost to drag my memories to the surface. It's a girl. That's right, I'm certain of that much. I don't remember her face, but it's a girl younger than me. Walk faster. The angry hiss in my ears snaps me out of my flashback. No one else thinks this image is kind of weird? Like, they're not gonna, like, say... To be honest, it's totally, like, Japanese of, like... I don't see nothing. I ain't gonna get involved. What was that memory just now? I'm more... You know, they had to get any foreign people they could. Yeah, but he ain't stopping. He ain't gonna call the police or anything. He's just gonna go. I'm more concerned about the girl who saved me than I am about the men who've captured me now. Are we getting our memories because of these events, or are we getting our memories from the necklace? That's what I want to know. The necklace called out to us. The two dogs marched me along, still holding me by the arms. Can't believe she was in a place like this. Yeah, talk about giving us the runaround. I can't figure out what they're talking about. A place like what? Giving them the runaround? Do you know me? The two men look at each other. Wait, are you the other one? One of them peers closely into my face. What are you talking about? What do you mean a place like... I stop as a sudden idea comes to me. Hold on, are you talking about that storehouse? The men look utterly confused. What are you talking about? One of them asks. I explained that I've lost my memory. This seems to make them pretty anxious. We gotta report this. Yeah, they had no idea the other one was loose, I think. Other one being Maria, aka the one here. One of the men takes out his cell phone and makes a call. He informs whoever's on the other end that I've lost my memory. I have no idea what's going on. Based on what I can follow from the conversation, though, it seems these were the people who had put me in that storehouse. But why had they done that? One of these guys asked if I was the other one. What could that possibly mean? Could it be? Did they abduct me because they mistook me for someone else? If so, who? The more I try to think, the more muddy this all gets. Calm down, just calm down. Let's think of what we know. What I do know for sure is that I woke up inside that storeroom with these cool computers. And evidently I took a blow to my head, and that's the cause of my amnesia. Hold on, that's strange. If these people had kidnapped me before, why wasn't the storehouse, well, locked? Seems pretty sloppy if they wanted to keep someone confined. What could all this possibly mean? It's no use. I haven't the foggiest. None of this makes any sense at all. Let go of her. I craned my neck to see who spoke. It's the man with the cane who was at the security office. Who the hell are you? One of my captors barks. I said let her go. Did you not hear? The man with the cane pulls a gun from his suit pocket. Get lost. This isn't worth dying over. The two men take a few steps back and then bolt out of the alleyway. Who are you? My voice trembles slightly. Guess he's not here. The man takes a quick look around. He? Do you mean Mr. Yanagashita? All that matters is that he's not here. Gun in hand, the man slowly approaches. Hitomi Osawa. I know you've done nothing wrong. What? I feel a jolt of surprise at the name. Hitomi Osawa? Is that my name? His face a mask of stone, the man points the gun right at my head. Please, no hard feelings. To be continued. Alright, so we're at the end of that hour for her. I mean, anything could happen. Kanan could show up. I mean, Kanan told them to meet at 3 o'clock, and that would put it right at 3 o'clock. That event. Yeah, that would be the next hour. Let's see what Achi's doing ever since we did what we chose to do. Achi took the escalator down to the 3rd floor, and there was Hitomi standing right in the open, after he'd been searching for her high and low. There you are, I thought you were going to meet on the 2nd floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. Well anyway, come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Oh, someone's playing like their Game Boy Advance. No, they're texting. That's a phone. I thought it was a Game Boy Advance SP. It's just a phone. Remember, phones used to flip. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys might have found us, he said. They're outside. He took a hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let's go. What gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. I love that everyone that knows that Hitomi has a twin sister has yet to put this together. I know Achi's dumb. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. He lost track of her somewhere near the elevators. What is her deal? Unsure what else he should do, he headed back down to their rendezvous point on the 2nd floor. When he arrived, he spotted Hitomi heading down the escalator ahead of him. I know, but just like the idea that this is like a completely different person? Hitomi! Achi shouted, but his voice vanished in the noise of the crowd and she disappeared onto the 1st floor. Damn it. I mean, it's funny that the criminals figured it out. But she had to explain to them. She's like, I have amnesia. They're like, wait, you're the other one. Achi rushed down the escalator. He took the steps 2, 3, 5 at a time. That's not safe. He made it to the 1st floor and looked around. There was Hitomi about to take a different escalator back up. Why is she doing this? He waved his arms to get her attention, but she didn't notice and headed right back up. Down? Up? What the heck is she thinking? Achi sped around and got on the upward escalator. Out of my way, come on! He shoved people aside as he ran up the moving escalator. I know, it's just funny. But he saw no sign of Hitomi when he reached the 2nd floor. He lost track of her completely. Oh, come on, this is ridiculous. Achi's shoulders slumped. He felt exhausted, but he kept up his search, scouring one floor after another until eventually he made it down to the 2nd basement level. Had she grown too impatient waiting for Kanan and gone off searching for the blue minivan again? I think I can handle myself from here. He thought back to what Hitomi had said earlier. Damn it, she's not gonna be okay by herself. He pounded his fist into the wall in frustration. Please, stop. That was Hitomi's voice. Hitomi! Achi moved faster than he could think. Achi, she called back. A pair of thugs had grabbed her by both arms. Achi stomped his way towards them. Get your hands off of her, he shouted. Huh? What's it to you, pal? The older of the two, a middle-aged fellow, turned to Achi with a sneer. He looked familiar somehow. Hitomi shook herself free of the men and ran over to Achi. It's no use trying to act tough, buddy. We're just trying to get back what we're owed. Don't make us have to get rough with you. What you're owed? Hitomi, do you owe people money? No, I don't. They just came after me and started going on about 2 million yen. She looked just as baffled by the situation as Achi was. If you're gonna blame someone, blame your boss, the older man said. He gestured to his lackey. A feral gleam flashed in the young punk's eyes. It was the look of a man who couldn't resist dishing out a beatdown. He brought up his fists and shifted his feet, shadowboxing a few quick jabs with his left hand. It looked to Achi like the guy was an experienced boxer. Because Yanagashita says she's got the money. I don't know. She's easier to find than Yanagashita or the other guy, I guess. Hold on, Hitomi said. What do you mean by my boss? Say what? Yanagashita, who the hell do you think? The young punk shuffled closer, fists still menacing. Then his expression changed. Hey. Hold on. Are you Achi Endo? Yeah, that's right. Ha! Well, ain't that lucky. Getting to throw down with you like this. The punk sounded pleased indeed. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you, you know? Let's see how true they are. Achi didn't like his chances in a straight-up fight with a trained boxer. What should he do? He better run for it? He had better apologize. He had to go for broke. We're going for broke. If Achi gets his ass beat, that's on Achi. That isn't on us. He had to go for broke. His best chance was to hope for an opening to deliver a low kick. A kick using the foot or shin to strike the opponent in the thigh, just above the knee. In karate, this is known as a Gaden Mawashigari. Since the legs are longer than the arms, this is an effective technique against boxers. He'd need to time it perfectly when his opponent took a step forward. With a loud breath, the thug shot out his left arm. Now! Achi shifted his stance and unleashed a low kick. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened right nearby. This guy cannot catch a break. Achi and the punk both stopped in mid-attack. A miserable... Why is everyone so mean to him? Everyone calls him miserable looking. A miserable looking old man stood in the elevator. I assume they mean his expression or his... But, like, he looks... Like, he looks surprised. Well, Maria's just badass. He does look miserable. No! At the sight of him, the punk's face went red with rage. He's experiencing misery at all times. That is true, but it's not... I don't think it's on his face right now. You, Toyama. See, he looks like a wonderful old guy. Going up? The man in the elevator hurriedly closed the doors. The two thugs rushed towards him, but the elevator had already begun heading back upward. Come on after him, the old man shouted. The young punk raced up the stairs. You guys need priorities. You can only chase one. You can't catch both at the same time. The young punk raced up the stairs. You stay right where you are, the old fellow added, glaring at Hitomi. Then he followed after his lackey. Does he really think we're dumb enough to just wait right here? Achi scoffed. I bet Hitomi's pissed at him. Achi, I've been looking all over for you. See, they have different haircuts. Hitomi gave him an angry swat on the chest. For me? What are you talking about? You weren't waiting where you said you would be. Yeah, because you went up to another floor. What do you mean? I went right where you said. Ugh. What do you mean? I went right where you said. On the second floor. Huh? This wasn't quite adding up. The second floor? What are you talking about? You went up to the third floor. No, I didn't. Who's on first? Wait, what? None of this makes any sense. Achi felt like his brain was getting scrambled, which probably doesn't take a lot. Well, anyway, at least I found you safe and sound. Achi can't even piece together that they have a different outfit. I know that he knew that Hitomi was getting different clothes, and thus when he saw Maria, he didn't realize it. But now he's standing in front of Hitomi in a completely different outfit than Maria. Whatever. Yeah. The two smiled at one another. And also the fact that she acts completely different. And now he's noticing the clothes. What's with those clothes? Hitomi's new outfit was completely different from the clothes she'd had on earlier. I tried on a few things, but wound up deciding on this. You tried other stuff on? Oh, okay. That explains it. No, Achi. You can't just try on clothes and then go to a different floor. They don't let you do that. At least now things sort of made sense. That's nice, you know? What is? Your clothes, I mean. They look good on you. Thank you. Heh. Wow, I'm actually blushing now. It kind of made me blush to say it. Achi and Hitomi shyly avoided each other's eyes. Oh, so hey, Achi said, eager to change the subject. Do you still have that magazine? Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna just throw it away, but I couldn't. How come? I haven't been able to find the right kind of receptacle. Newspapers and magazines are supposed to be kept separate from normal trash, right? Hitomi scanned their surroundings for a suitable bin. Wait, are you serious? Yeah. You're thinking about proper recycling now of all times? Is that weird? Oh, I'm in trouble. I think you might just be perfect. Achi found himself blushing even harder now. Tama! A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. The sketchy-looking fellow who'd given her the magazine was scampering down the stairs toward them. Great, Achi said. The weirdo's back. The man ignored him, though, and leaned in close to Hitomi. Aha! You do still have it. He snatched the magazine from Hitomi's hands. Yes, this one hasn't been scratched off yet. The man hunkered down on the floor and began scratching away at the scratch card stapled into the centerfold. Wait, don't let him have that. Another man came swooping out of nowhere and yanked the magazine away. It was that older fellow who had appeared in the elevator minutes before. He was so miserable. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's mine. The sketchy-looking man clutched at the older newcomer. Let go. No way. I said let go. And I said no way. The two were fighting right in front of the exit, keeping Achi and Hitomi from leaving. How'd you like this? The old man shouted, scratching away haphazardly at the ticket. Now it's just a worthless scrap of paper. Ah, my 100,000 yen! You mean my 100,000 yen? Ha 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 ha! Then the middle-aged fellow looked back down at the ticket. Ah, what are the odds? Somehow in his random scratching, he'd happened to land himself a winner. I mean, you could still scratch the other ones. Then it would be like it would be void, right? Give it! No way. The two men took off, engaged in a running battle for the ticket. What was the deal with those two? I'm not sure. Achi and Hitomi could only stand there dumbfounded. I like that we have this fucking, like, funeral music. On the other hand, hey, look at the time. It's almost 3. The two headed hurriedly for the Jigo back entrance. Oh, but the entrances should be closed. But wait, they didn't hear the announcement. But maybe that was just... Okay, that just happened. But just as they were nearing the doors, the shutters dropped down in front of them. Whoa, what gives? Bing bong. Due to maintenance, all entrances other than the main entrance on the first floor have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. Achi glared at the loudspeaker. It looked like there was no exit through the back after all. I've got a really bad preposition about this. You mean premonition, you dumbass. Hitomi had gotten quicker to butt in with her corrections. God, he's so dumb. I love him. He is falling for this himbo. And who can blame him? Who can blame her? Holding on to their premonitions, then, the two hurried their way up the stairwell. Yeah, he caught me off guard, because I was gonna say the famous Star Wars lines. I don't have a good feeling about this, but then he said preposition. I got very confused. As Hitomi tried to head out the first floor entryway, Achi yanked her back. Careful. What's the matter? It's that guy. Huh? Hitomi's expression stiffened. Slipping behind a nearby pillar, Achi pointed to the man with the cane, who was keenly eyeing shoppers as they came and went. So at this point, we have to know that he's the cop, right? I know that I've been like, he's the detective, and I keep saying it. But at this point, he has now told the security of the mall to close the entrances, and they listened to him, so as far as I'm concerned, there's no shadow of a doubt now. I mean, like I said, he had the pistol, a detective went missing, it's fine. It's a detective. Well, this bites. No way we're getting out with him there. Achi. Hitomi whispered in his ear. Behind us. Achi glanced back and saw the two goons walking in their direction. Oh. If those two caused a scene like before, the assassin would notice them for sure. Aha! The younger punk had spotted them. Damn it, Achi thought, gritting his teeth. Eep! But the thuggish pair let out a teensy squeak and then darted off in a different direction, vanishing from view. They don't want to fuck with Maria. They think she's Maria, and they don't want to fuck with her. What the heck? Achi and Hitomi watched them go, unsure what to make of the sudden retreat. Well, anyway, Achi said after a moment. Now we can try to find another way out. Taking Hitomi by the hand, he headed back into the shopping area. The back entrance on the first floor, that was a no-go. The other emergency exits were also locked down. This seems like a fire risk. Which meant that the main entrance on the first floor really was the only choke point in or out. It was almost time for them to meet Kanan. They needed to find some way to bust out of here. The pair headed back towards the main entrance. Then they saw the man with the cane heading in their direction. He hadn't seen them yet, but there was no way they'd avoid him if they didn't do something quick. Guess for now we gotta go up, Hachi said to Hitomi. They started racing up the nearest escalator, which was descending from above. My bad, coming through. Sorry, please excuse us. They fought and shoved their way past the stream of people riding in the other direction. They could see the second floor now. Hachi figured they'd be in the clear once they got there. It's Sorry, her imposing pose. But then a young woman, a large woman, appeared at the top of the escalator heading down. Look, I know this game is 2008, and I know it's kind of like Chidi is a fat joke and just fat shaming, but she's also a wonderful character, and she seems to be pretty funny. in on it. She is the one who'd been in the Chinese restaurant on the 4th floor. The one who'd supposedly packed an entire buffet in her belly. She is wide enough that Achi and Hitomi would never be able to slip past her. She's asserting escalator dominance. Yeah, fuck walking to one side to let people walk. She's taking the whole way. Hey, out of the way! Achi shouted, but the young woman ignored him. The fucking look on her face. Achi tried to push past, but he just bounced off of her. They were drifting inevitably back down towards the 1st floor. It was like they were riding a conveyor belt that was delivering them right to the assassin. Chiri's in on it. She's working with the assassin. This fucking smug face on her. This was not good. If they didn't do something soon, they'd... Wait a sec. Something must have caught the assassin's eye. Achi saw him suddenly rush outside. Okay, so... Maria's outside, right? With the foreigners. And then... So he is going outside now for that segment. There's no telling what had just happened, but now there was a chance to escape. Achi and Hitomi raced out the door. That would involve Achi to know what an escalator actually is. Outside, the man with the cane was nowhere to be seen. Looks like we're safe. Achi let out a sigh. For now, someone said. Keep your eyes open. The sudden words made the two turn with a start. Kanan was standing right behind them. She'd gotten this close, and neither of them had noticed a thing. She moved with all the skill of an assassin. Achi felt a chill shoot through him. She's cool. To be continued. Alright, we made it to 2 could be continues. Alright, so Maria is currently dealing with the detective who thinks she's Hitomi. Oh, and her outfit is reflected here too. Cool. We've got a lot of people we can go to. Kind of want to see what Kano's up to. The last thing we saw from him was they got to the hideout of the foreigners and they were all dead. Now we can assume that was Kanan that did that, because when he went early, a lady killed him. So we're gonna assume that was Kanan that killed everyone. Well, I mean, that's true for Achi and Maria, but Osawa, Minorikawa, and Kano are all very separate right now. Well, I mean, Kano is involved with the overarching plot, and Osawa, being the dad of the two, is also involved, and also Mr. Tanaka is his right-hand man. Though Osawa must be having doubts now because of the bug tracker. But yeah, most of it has just been Maria and Achi happening to be in the Jigo building with Mr. Yangishida, with Chidi, with the 2 Yakuza punks, with the detective, and with the miserable old man. Yeah, this hour won't affect them, but these 3 might affect each other. Let's see what Kano's up to. Let's check out what the other himbo. Right, we know that it's Kanan because the guy said Kanan. That was the last words he said. Kanan? Kano muttered. What's Kanan? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Hey, do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. The silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone? Against this many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap, Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risks, Kano said. And I'll be a lot more effective if you at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you'll wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Kanan is the name of a covert operative from the Middle East. In simple terms, a type of spy that infiltrates hostile territory to carry out various clandestine activities. I believe she's the one who killed these people here. The Middle East? A covert operative? Kano hadn't expected Spycraft to be involved with this. Yeah, she's an assassin and a cryptanalysis specialist. Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? A prison in Iraq, west of Baghdad. Under the Hussein government, it was an internment facility for political prisoners, but following the Iraq War, it was used by the US Army to house prisoners of war. In April of 2004, photographs of detainees being tortured by US soldiers were released, causing a massive scandal. President Bush later made the decision to have the facility demolished. Kanan was the one who provided the intel the escapees used to get out. Kano was at a loss for words. The case was suddenly starting to seem a whole lot more sinister. Whoever this Kanan was, she'd apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. Just what kind of individual were they dealing with here? He could scarcely imagine. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murdered criminals had had his throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so we know the connection. So then what connection does this Kanan have with the mastermind behind this kidnapping? If Kanan had killed all the foreign syndicate members in this bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert, and she'd carry out these slayings as part of some plan to get rid of some loose ends? I believe I said I'd answer one question. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently, he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing that further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There are various routes marked with arrows and times. That's the plan for the ransom relay. Kano was so excited he blurted his thoughts out loud. It appeared that the ultimate goal for the ransom was a condominium. The address and the time, 1420, were written in red ink. We're back. Kano put in an immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. The The final destination is Ground Hill number 405 in Hiru 534 Shibuya. Alright, Kuze told him. We'll look into this. We'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending backup to go in with you. You have authorization to apprehend the subject. Finally hearing the order that he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt a spark of determination flare inside him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of his excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley, still solemn, closed the file and followed him out of the bar. Stanley drove along Inokashira Dori toward Hiru, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gung-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thought. Was it? Hero? Alright, I thought them romanizing it with two O's made me want to say Hiru. I don't know. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meiji-dori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's... Kano held his breath as anticipation. It would be a weird decision if that's what they're going for. I don't know. Romanizing Japanese words can be difficult sometimes. The name Kuze spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Keep out. Interesting. We're at a keep out. But we don't know anyone that owns a condominium, do we? Osawa, you running a side business? That's let's go with Osawa. Let's keep the tension, since the tension is palpable. I do not want others intruding into my domain. So if you remember last time, he had a nice, delicious lunch with Kajiwara. And then Mr. Tanaka showed up, and Kajiwara's bug tracker went off. So at this point, Osawa and Kajiwara are... they're pretty sure that Mr. Tanaka has a bug tracker, or a listening device. But why would Osawa's right-hand man have a listening device? Let's find out. I do not want others intruding into my domain. Accordingly, I do not intrude onto others. That is how I've lived my life. That is how I've forged my sense of calm. But something has begun to drive me mad. The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself. And that is one thing I fear I can never bear. Oh no, you don't! Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode toward the door. You know, just 428 music. We heard this last time. I forget what the context was that this played, but we did hear this one before. The two men collapsed in a heap in the front entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked, what are you doing? Hold still. Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. Sensual. It began beeping loudly. Aha! Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. It's a listening device. What a good detective. Tanaka's face went pale. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. It was I who had appeared on the second floor landing. You? You were listening in, Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said, would you mind explaining this? For once he seemed deadly serious. It was I all along. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held out a dangling earpiece. This would explain why Minorikawa detected her as having a listening device, I guess. She probably had the other end of the list. I don't know if that's how listening devices work. I guess if it's sending out a signal, then something is receiving the signal, and that should still trigger the bug tracker, right? I guess I don't know enough about this bug tracker. I had a dangling earpiece. When and where did you get that? Earlier today, when I left to do some shopping. And why did you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. That's what I want to know, Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Mrs. Osawa? He was trembling. You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Kajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterward, and I asked him where he'd gone. Yeah, maybe. And what do you think he said, She was practically gloating, playing to her little audience. She began stalking down the stairs. He said he'd gone to check on something at the lab. Despite the fact that he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. Oh, I just realized one of my docs for OBS disappeared. That's okay. I don't need that doc. I'll fix that later. It disappears because when you relog into Twitch, I have to add it every time. So I figured if I bugged him, he might show his true colors and... Enough. Osawa cut his wife off. Tanaka had been emailing Hitomi, of course, but he couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here, Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought that Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers, and so she planned a listening device on him. The detective peered at Tanaka. Who were you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right, I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you were really up to. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Okay, it's 12:39 a.m. right now. I usually would go till 2. Though I guess I don't have my doc, which tells me the time. That is actually what the dot does. Let me add the doc real quick. That was not the doc. That was the wrong doc. That's the doc. The Twitch stats doc keeps an eye on how long the stream has been. Which I have to use because I can't trust OBS because... Well, actually, I can't trust this one either. All my times have been reset. Never mind. Osawa started to panic. We'll just go till 2. Okay? We go till the 2. If the police checked that cell phone, they'd find the emails from Hitomi. And if the kidnappers somehow found out about that, Maria's life would be in danger. But I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this. Darling? She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf, Osawa said. I asked him to do it. And just who was he emailing? It was... He needed to think of a lie fast. It was me. I asked him to email me. It was Pretty Honey. It was someone from work. So she knows everyone that he works with, because she's the daughter of the owner of the company, probably. Like, I mean, she is, so she probably knows. It was me is not a good lie. I want to go. It was Pretty Honey. It was Pretty Honey. The room went silent. Pretty. Wait, what did you say? This my new friend. You've heard of Cutie Honey. Meet Pretty Honey. Kajiura asked after a long, awkward moment. Honey, Osawa replied meekly. My apologies, I didn't quite catch that. One more time? Pretty Honey. Osawa's voice was scarcely audible. Pretty Honey, I asked, sounding ashamed on his behalf. Who's that? Was it the name of the fighting club? I just remember the bride part of it. Osawa felt his cheeks burning. All the names he might have chose? Why had he picked that one? Who is it, sir? Kajiwara demanded. He regarded Osawa's face keenly. A personal associate of mine. You wouldn't know them. But why ask Tanaka to send the messages? Kajiwara asked. Don't you have a computer in your study? Isn't it someone from the Idol fan site? Oh, maybe that's Osawa's name on the fan site? I don't know. My memory is too bad. I can't remember. Couldn't you have sent the emails yourself? My computer was having problems sending emails. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is, there's no reason to worry about Tanaka's emails. Now I assume we're done here? I need Tanaka to run some errands for me. With that, Osawa opened the front door. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait! Hey, wait! I started to go after him. Just calm down, Osawa barred the way. There's no way he's connected to the kidnappers. Can't you see that? His voice cracked, and he shuddered at the sudden rush of emotion. There, sir, Kajiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. I turned around and marched back upstairs. But still. If she is that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit... Clothing accessory meant to hold one's necktie in place. In the old days, they were a quintessential part of the salaryman's outfit, along with cufflinks and the company badge. Recently, tie clips have come back into vogue, with some older men now more frequently referred to as tie bars. Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? Osawa asked. Nothing. Not important. The detective waved the hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back into the living room. I love how, like, Kajiwara is so unassuming, but he's, like, way sharper than everyone else in the room. Everyone else in this game. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of the detectives who now crowded his living room. It's probably wrong, but I'm currently headcanon Tanaka as being randomly volunteered by others into conspiracies through no effort of his own. I don't know. The conversation he had at the restaurant floor, it was kind of suspicious. Because he did mention a minivan. Mentioning a minivan as well as a lock had been unlocked or something. You could be right, but he also has... They could either be, you know, throwing us for a swerve, or that's what's going on. It's hard to know. This game's pretty good at that. Zigging when you thought it would zag. The Aya Kamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, A regular contributor to Osawa's threads. Okay. Username is someone who posts regularly on the Aya Kamiki fan forum. Seems to know a lot about agriculture and the police, as evidenced by statements such as, if the world were a farm with 100 people, as well as a tendency to post to another site called the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. Incidentally, Shinya Kano's girlfriend, Rumi, also posts to the 87th Precinct Telecommunity from time to time. She has had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there, with the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job, while Rumi insists that police work is very difficult and deserves more credit. So, Pretty Honey here is Rumi's dad. That's great. We do have a jump point. We could go back in the Kano thing. It would probably involve his dad then if we're jumping back here. Or his father-in-law, I mean. His game is too much. I like that he's like, this guy talks a lot about farming, but also police stuff. It's really strange. I'm jumping. Get this out of my way. I want them to interact more. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Mejidori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osawa. Oh. Huh, we were just talking about Tanaka. And here he is, owning the condominium that the kidnappers... First of all, that seems like a bad idea. If your idea is to get away with this, why would you use your own condominium? So maybe it is a swerve, but it is definitely a coincidence here. What? Kano squawked. This was an unexpected twist. Kajiwara confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence at after 1400 hours. No word on his movements since then. It's possible he headed to his private condo, where the attaché is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Kuze cut the connection. This mastermind you've been chasing, Kano asked. Is it Tanaka? Stanley didn't reply. So I don't think Tanaka, if Tanaka's involved with this, he's not the mastermind, I don't think, right? Like I don't see him as being the mastermind. Fine, never mind. I just wish I could know if Tateno is safe. He's always thinking about Tateno. Still worried about that traitor, huh? So Stanley could ignore all his questions, but still remembered to make snide remarks. Talking about Tateno is the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can't be a traitor? Tateno just isn't like that. He has too many dictums. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. Alright, I've watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You've watched him work, huh? What about his private life, then? You know all about that, too? He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that? Kano felt his blood starting to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tateno, even if he's right now chasing a girl and trying to kill her. Trust him? On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Without any basis in fact, it's just plain sentimentality, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile came to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. The only person you can trust is yourself. Now we do know that Stanley was in the picture that Tama has, or Maria has. And Kanan told her to not trust this man. So he's also got some mystery about him. No, man, he fucking doused himself in gasoline. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. Cursed Yaoi. It seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. Kano just stared out the window. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. So right now, the only person who isn't involved in this case is Minorikawa. I'm curious when he's going to get wrapped up in all this. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. He's come close, you know. He's met Kano in the taxi cab. He met Kano's girlfriend and father-in-law. He is currently asking about SOS, which is Achi's old group. He talked to Achi's dad. Like, he's on the cusp, but he has not been wrapped up into the kidnapping / whatever else is going on. They're outside of Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Oh, it's our guy. It's it's the guy from Kuriger. I can't think of his name. I'm so bad. It's been like 2 weeks since I last talked about him. Shit, what is his name? I need to look it up. I talked to Ivy about him. I talked to Ivy a lot. Oh my god, I talk a lot. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. I gotta scroll through like 2 weeks of this. Here we are. Yeah, Kuriger. He's Kuriger Cyan. Ramirez. He's Ramirez from Kuriger. He passed away in December of last year. Pour one out for him. He's the guy currently holding the attaché case. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members, walking briskly, the attaché case clutched at his side. I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait, Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. Stanley, you know Kano is never going to listen to you. He approached with the criminal at full speed, then leapt to tackle him around the waist. The two men fell to the pavement in a tangled heap. The collision sent the attaché case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. Yeah, get his ass, Ramirez. The blow caught him right in the jaw, snapping his head back. For a moment, Kano saw stars. As he shook off the impact, the man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. Stanley! Kano shouted. Grab him! Get the case. I think Kano would say grab him. Grab him! But Stanley ignored the man and instead went for the attaché case. Oh, come on, really? Kano had no choice but to pursue the perp himself. He hadn't come this far just to let the crooks get away now. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. I wanted to say skedaddled. I wanted to read that as skedaddled. No, Ramirez. Several cars had pulled across the road ahead, and detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the exterior of the attaché case. He'd already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. This is a decoy, the American muttered under his breath. I wonder where... His words trailed off, but Kano had heard them. What did you expect? The detective demanded. Samples of that new drug in there? As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he'd been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. What's the situation in there? He asked. They told him that they found no one in Tanaka's rooms. So the hostage status remained unknown, and the main culprit had evaded capture. The case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding in the worst way conceivable. And still, Stanley remained focused on the attaché case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. Look, Kano told him, I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I still need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tateno. It's probably Tateno. For once, Stanley actually responded. Hitomi? Yes, that's it. It makes perfect sense that they'd have her carry it. Huh? What do you mean? This whole attaché case relay was a fake-out. Whoa, slow down, Kano said, wishing he could calm himself of his words. Explain what you're talking about. Somehow, the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa and got him to have Hitomi carry the drug, separate from the ransom. Wait, you're saying they had Hitomi bring them the drug? Stanley nodded. The case handoffs were a sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from their real goal. Kano nodded. It had indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If this syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions had appeared to make no sense. So, Kano asked, what sort of drug is this? Why would they go to such lengths to get their hands on it? It's an antiviral, Stanley replied after some hesitation. A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus. What virus are we talking about? It's called UA. Kano had never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this UA was something like the Ebola virus. Discovered in Sudan in 1976, infection causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever, resulting in a high fever and massive bleeding throughout the body. At present, there is no vaccine to prevent infection, nor any drug to cure the disease after it manifests. Or perhaps HIV. Human immunodeficiency virus. HIV destroys the cells that are essential for regulating cell-mediated immunity, considerably reducing immune response. This effect can result in infections that would ordinarily be fought off easily, developing into serious illness. There are various treatments, but as of yet, nothing that will eradicate the virus completely. Even the all-too-familiar influenza. An infectious disease caused by the influenza virus. Symptoms are similar to that of the common cold, but are much more severe, occasionally resulting in death. There are three main types of the virus, A, B, and C, with A and B causing the typical run of the illness in humans. Neuraminidase is recommended as an effective inhibitor, but this merely alleviates the symptoms and is not a complete cure. There are medicines that could treat all those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. Kano, do you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa? Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home. Check in with him, ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi. Kano suppressed a scowl. It looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. He got out his cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. Kajiwara picked up promptly. Kano, what's going on? Could I speak with Mr. Osawa? I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? There's something I need him to confirm for me. It's an emergency. Alright. Just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation. Sure thing. After a while, a man's hoarse voice came over the line. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. Kano took a deep breath. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. Keep out. Huh? We gotta go back to Osawa. We know something ain't happening right there. Sorry, Minarikawa, you'll just have to wait. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of the detectives who now crowded his living room. The Ayakamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, a regular contributor to Osawa's threads. I love that he named himself Pretty Honey. I'm opposed to the idea of Ayakamiki expanding into America, flips table. You should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Aya has done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever. Awoo. I don't know the name of all these, but... And I forget what they're called. They're not emoticons. They're like... They have a name, because they use Japanese symbols. They're wonderful. We love them here. No, they're not emoji. They're something that predates emoji, right? Because they're from 2chan, and I thought they had like a slang term for them. I could be wrong, though. Anyway, I love the table flip. Yeah, I know what they are. I remember the old internet. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons. I mean, he's using emoticons because that's, you know, the translation needs something to. I mean, it could have been they could have used the right term, and then I would have read a glossary input. Festooned is a good word. I don't quite know it. We could use a lot more glossary input. Festooned with the sort of emoticons a young girl might use. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old. Oh, I know emoji got stolen and repurposed, but I still think that the 2chan things have their own name. If I knew someone that knew more about like Japanese shit posting, I bet they could tell me. If only Izv was here. By the way, since we figured out that Pretty Honey is Kano's girlfriend's dad, but he is pretending to be a 19-year-old female college student, is extremely wonderful. Because that is so the mid-2000s internet. That is such the internet. I guess it still happens now, but man. Although the community is meant for Ayakamiki fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. It'd be so great if you tried to catfish Osawa. I assume he's happily married and on this farm or whatever. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Aya fortune teller yet? There's a link below. The sounds in my head right now are the sounds from when you do the symbol chat in Phantasy Star Online. I actually really wanted to have. Maybe I'll work on that. I wanted to have a redeem. They either made a random symbol chat, or would do like a symbol chat. Like you could create a symbol chat. I wonder how I could do that. I'm gonna have to do some research. I'm gonna have to look at Sammy and Mix Up Bot and see if I can figure that out. Because I think that'd be really funny. But I don't know. Fortune telling, huh? The practice of determining a person's future, luck, or life events using cards, horoscopes, and/or other methods of divination. Most people believe such prognostication when it foretells something good, and don't believe it when the outlook is bad. That's about as much faith in fortune telling as someone should have. That was so dramatic. Is it cow emoji? Okay, that sounds correct. That sounds like something I remember. Osawa stared. Should he ask it whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot, just for the peace of mind it'd bring. He clicked the link and the Eye of Fortune Teller page came up. It asked you to enter your birthday and sex, and then Aya Kamiki would offer her advice. Osawa followed the instructions, entering his date of birth, selecting male, and then clicking next. A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. You're a very work-minded person. He'd hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. You'd never be able to get by without the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? It's a big mistake to think that you can get through all of life's challenges on your own. There's nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Wow, she can like look through him. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Famous people who got your result. Shinosuke Orai, the head of the Wandering Angels Theater Troupe. He has an interview appointment with Minoru Minorikawa at 2:30 this afternoon. We're gonna finally know who this person is. Osawa couldn't help but feel that the advice was painfully appropriate. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Minorikawa doesn't need it. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you, Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Aya Kamiki being ours. Still, I'm confident she's got what it takes to preserve and succeed in America. And if she does fail, well, all of us in Japan will be here to welcome her back all the same. Guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. I like that he's also using the cow emoji. Osawa clicked post and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Osawa. Mr. Osawa. It was Kajiwara shouting from outside the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Kajiwara had his detective face on. She's so angry. When Osawa entered the living room, I was already there, looking stern and solemn. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We have identified a location that appears to be the Syndicate's hideout. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well then, what were these important matters you needed to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. The hideout in question is a condominium in Hiru. And it's owned by... By whom? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me. Go on, out with it. Kajiwara took a deep breath. The residence is owned by Minoru Tanaka. I love his little tiny detective book. Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was hearing. Tanaka? Lies, I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka is the kidnapper? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? Well, I suppose, but... I like that typo. I like the duck dictum book. You did go as far as to stick as a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. So we knew that she was doing it for some other reason, because she didn't care about the kids at all, right? So we knew she was doing it for a different reason, but we still don't know what that reason is. But now Kajiwara knows that she's doing it for a different reason. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. True. Hello, he said cautiously, but I still think that wouldn't be the reason she had wiretapped him. Ah, hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? The voice was not Tanaka's. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veil of despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. The caller immediately hung up. As Osawa stood there dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We've traced the source of the call to a cell phone. Also, we've pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze so he can prepare a team just in case. Just in case? Osawa asked. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because this is a kidnapping case doesn't mean that every phone call comes from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but... I see. Besides, right now confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, the detective added. I'll do it. Or, that was I. I'll do it. I got out her cell phone and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. To work, I sent him to pick up some documents. I don't actually know. I think Kajiwara can see through our lies. Obviously, I don't actually know contradicts what we said earlier. So this would be consistent with what we said. So we'll just stay with consistency. To work, I sent him to pick up some documents. A necessary lie. See? It's a lie. They're both lies. He sent Mr. Tanaka to check on Hitomi. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and the emails from Hitomi. But still, he just couldn't believe that his assistant really was the culprit. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait for them to report in. On the far side of the room, I was squawking in frustration. Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. So Tanaka's ignoring her. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kana? What's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke into the receiver. I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajiwara held his phone out to Osawa. One of the investigators on the scene would like to speak with you. Frowning in confusion, Osawa took hold of the phone. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I just need to cut to the chase here. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya district precinct know about it? I'm gonna stick with Osawa right now. I'm gonna stick from Osawa's point of view. I know I'll have the jump point later. Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything alright? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. They were after the virus? Did he mean the UA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detective had to be wrong about that. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. So we already theorized that he tested the antiviral on Hitomi. We have been thinking about that. But our only assumption from that point was that he did it as a life, saving measure, right? As for personal reasons. But now it's implying that possibly he did it because the kidnappers told him to. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. Do not look away. These are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara asked, are you alright? The detective gazed with concern into Osawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Osawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo. And I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confession caused the detectives on site to stir like a hornet's nest. Please, arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crimes crushing down on him, Osawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. Hey, Uniglow. Oh. Osawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what might be cured by the small stockpile of antiviral his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan might be engulfed in a pandemic that the drug could never stop. Guys, you want to know what a pandemic is? I'm sure you're dying to know. It is a massive outbreak of a particular infection on a regional or global scale. In 14th century Europe, a massive cholera outbreak is said to have killed 2/3 of the population, and the Spanish flu outbreak in the early 20th century killed at least 25 million people worldwide. Given modern advances in transportation, some researchers are of the opinion that the global risk of a pandemic is higher than ever before. Huh. To think that something like that could happen. He could only hope that his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. So this is knowledge that we didn't have before. We learned about him knowing about the UA virus. Whoa! Bad end. Whoa! Guilty conscious. The thought of the UA virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair. Blaming himself, he asked to be arrested, but this only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa just what the kidnappers are after. Fuck, that was good. Alright. Where did we go wrong? Apparently here's where we got wrong? Stanley, Kano shouted. Oh no, wait, I have a... Sorry. We didn't go wrong. We just haven't jumped. There's a chance that the jump will get us to a choice. Sorry, I forgot about the jump. I mean, I knew about it, but I assumed that it had to be that choice. Okay, we're gonna make the jump. There we go. I know how to play video games. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. What are you talking about? I'm the one asking questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. Osawa's voice trembled as he spoke. Kano was sure he'd hit the nail right on the head. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's the virus? It's you. It's Hitomi. I mean, I guess we think it's Hitomi, right? Because Stanley thinks Hitomi has the stuff. It's Hitomi. Osawa remains silent. Right, I think she's carrying the antibodies, or she's carrying something important. We can jump back to Osawa. A jump and a jump in the same hour. What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. Okay, so this is okay. This is not new. I know now. This is new. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. So this sounds like we're back in the bad end, but I can't check. So I think we're on new territory. Osawa staggered out of the living room. This is new also. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then grabbed 3 times his normal dosage of stomach pills. There was no water in the room, so he had to swallow them dry. That's not great. 3 times the stomach pills and no water? You're gonna dehydrate, man. Detective Kano's words echoed in his mind. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's Hitomi. There's only one reason they could be after Hitomi. He broke out in a cold sweat as he began to understand what this kidnapping was really about. It had all started 6 days earlier. So we're getting new information. It was April 22nd. Osawa had just returned from the United States the day before. He was in the midst of some routine work at the General Research Lab when his cell phone rang. The LCD display showed an unlisted caller. With some hesitation, Osawa picked up. Hello? Is this Kenji Osawa? The caller was using a voice modulator. The type of device or software used to make one's voice sound different. Changing a voice to the point of making a voice print or tone analysis impossible presents a major challenge. To be able to do so in real time requires major financial and technological resources. Osawa raised an eyebrow. Yes? Go and analyze Hitomi's blood. Her blood? If you don't, she's going to die. With that, the caller hung up. Did I miss the date? I saw April, right? April 22nd. Day he returned from the United States. And then this is 6 days earlier. So April 28th? There was an intensity behind this that made Osawa sure it wasn't just some prank call. He had Hitomi come into the lab ASAP. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's really good. This game is really good. And really dumb, but really good. He told Hitomi he wanted a sample of her blood for an experiment. She agreed, suspecting nothing. He placed some of the blood he'd drawn out onto a glass slide, then added some fluorescein, a type of fluorescent dye. Fluorescein is a yellow-green liquid, a type of fluorescent dye, chiefly used in preparing specimens for viewing under a fluorescent microscope, but it has other uses as well, such as a diagnostic reagent administered in eye exams. Yeah, I've had that drop in my eye. Its highest volume use is on St. Patrick's Day, when massive amounts of fluorescein are used to dye the Chicago River green. Fluorescent dye, a type of dye that causes the dyed substance to emit higher wavelength fluorescent light when illuminated with a certain other type of light. Such dyes can reveal fine details when used on specimens viewing through a fluorescent microscope. Placing the slide under a fluorescein microscope, he took a look. It can't be. Osawa could hardly believe his eyes. Wiggling under the microscope was the Grim Reaper's sickle itself. There was no mistaking it. Hitomi was infected with the UA virus. Trembling, Osawa hurried to his computer. He opened the UA virus folder on his monitor. Within were images showing the stages of the virus's propagation. He double-clicked to magnify the first image. The Reaper's sickles were interlocked with one another. He clicked on the next image. After further propagation, the UA virus looked less like a sickle, more like a sort of insectoid larva. Next was the final image. Interlocked into a single mass, the UA virus vaguely resembled a sinister, many-petaled sunflower. It took a mere 12 hours for the pathogen to develop to this point, and begin its hideous destruction on the human body. Hitomi's infection sample was still in the state shown in the first image. There was still a chance to save her. How did she get infected? The only thing that can go in my head right now is she goes to school with, there's that professor, right? And he's foreign. He might be in on the syndicate for all we know. And he might have given her the infection? It's still weird. We'll figure this out. We'll keep it open. But that's the only thing that's going in my head. Osawa slumped back into his chair, huddling in on himself. He had no choice. There was only one way to save Hitomi. He would have to administer the nearly completed antiviral. Using the antiviral without official approval was a grievous violation of company policy. Acting against company rules and regulations, Akoshi Pharmaceutical prohibits leaking work-related information to outsiders. In the case of a major violation, not only can the violator be fired, but the company may also seek indemnities. Still, Osawa didn't have time to get the higher-ups to approve a clinical trial. He might be punished severely for it, but this was his only option. His daughter's life was at stake. But there was also another, even bigger hurdle in his way. The antiviral drug was stored in the deepest recesses of the biochemical research building. A high-intensity X-ray scanner was set up at the entrance to the storage area. This made it impossible for him to take research materials out. X-ray is a type of radiation, also referred to as Röntgen rays, with a shorter wavelength than UV light, but a longer wavelength than gamma rays. Because X-rays can penetrate many objects with little absorption or scattering, they can be used to create images of internal structure. Hospitals, for example, use X-ray technology to examine the insides of patient bodies, while security personnel use it to scan luggage at airports and to search for bombs. Yeah, I just don't remember how to pronounce, like, the O with the 2 dots on it. I guess if the umlaut is like, how do you say an umlaut with you? I don't remember anymore. You say ooh, right? So maybe it's oh, like it's long. I don't know. You just have to bring Hitomi in. The course of action quickly took shape in his mind. First, he needed to slip out of the general research building. He would then head to the biochemical research facility and show his ID card to the guard at the front gate. If it's German, it's a glottal sound. It's a weird throat tongue sound you have to learn specifically how to make. Okay, if only Muware was here, he would know. Identification card. Many facilities that carry out highly classified research assign different levels of security clearance to individual researchers, and only those with suitable clearance, as indicated by their ID cards, are admitted to restricted areas. Development of more advanced technologies, such as electronic ID tags, are replacing older barcode-type entry cards. Oh, I love this. This is sick as hell. After passing through a lobby under the watchful guise of several security cameras, he'd reach an elevator at the end of the hall that went directly to the storage section. The elevator required an ID card scan to operate. Okay, I'll take your word for it because I'm not going to attempt it right now. I'm busy watching this Metal Gear Solid ass cutscene. It would take about 20 seconds to get down to the first basement level and arrive at the entrance to the storage area. Finding an excuse to get Hitomi that far ought to be doable. If the security guard got suspicious, Osawa could say it was for a top-secret hematology experiment, and the guard would probably believe him. The problem was what came after. Getting into the storage area itself required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. That meant he couldn't possibly get to the antiviral without Tanaka's cooperation. Desperate with uncertainty, Osawa called up Tanaka. He frantically explained the situation. Understood, Tanaka replied. We need to get her to this drug as soon as possible. If the company finds out about this, you'll be held accountable for violation of corporate policy along with me. Are you sure you're okay with that? What are you talking about? Hitomi's life is more important than company policy. Tanaka spoke without hesitation. Osawa felt an immense surge of gratitude for his assistant. I guess to say, if Tanaka is also close with Hitomi, Tanaka could have infected Hitomi? And I have to say, I'm deeply moved by your determination, Tanaka added. Moved? Whatever for? You really are worried about Hitomi. Osawa's gratitude faded. What are you talking about? Of course I am. My apologies. It's just that putting your career on the line for something so personal is... It's what? It's not like me? No. Well, yes. I'm sorry. Now Tanaka's voice was colored with embarrassment. Just what sort of person do you think I am? Osawa resisted the urge to ask the question out loud. A short time later, Osawa and Tanaka stood before the door to the secure storage area. The security guard had let them in without the slightest suspicion. Osawa pressed his index finger to the fingerprint scanner first. Accepted. He realized he'd been holding his breath as his authorization finally went through. Half a moment later, Tanaka touched his own finger to the scanner plate. Accepted. Caution, restricted area. Authorized personnel only beyond this point. Okasha Pharmaceutical. The lock released with an audible clang, and the heavy door opened. Osawa hurried to retrieve the antiviral. As he picked up a small vial, he had a sudden realization. They were finally going to use the drug in a human test. His fatherly wish to cure Hitomi was overlaid by an intense rush of curiosity, the researcher's drive to discover his results. Hurry. I need to hurry. I need to administer the antiviral as soon as possible. Osawa could hardly fend off his excitement. Over the course of the next few hours, following the injection, the UA virus would be eradicated from Hitomi's body. There had been some fevers and cramping as temporary side effects, but the DDS had done a spectacular job of stamping out the virus. Drug delivery system, also known as smart drug delivery. The ability to target a specific region of the body with a specific drug has momentous implications for the future of medicine. DDS technology is currently being tested extensively around the world. In saving his daughter's life, Osawa had proven the value of his research. If he had been asked which made him happier, he would have been hard-pressed to give an answer. Afterwards, he asked Hitomi where she could have become infected, but she had no idea. He explained the need for secrecy, and strictly forbade her telling anyone else what had happened. Now a week had passed since Osawa gave the drug to Hitomi. Is that a Wii on his desk? So I see his computer tower, right? Then there's something in between that, and then there's another white thing with a disk drive. This game was originally on the Wii, so it could be a Wii, but it seems out of character for Osawa. That's just for us, I think. He'd been conducting checks and discovered that the DDS had not broken down, but remained in Hitomi's bloodstream. Extracting the DDS was a simple matter, requiring just a small blood sample from around the nape of the neck. The DDS tends to linger in the nape of the neck because of the lymph nodes located there. These lymph nodes identify viruses that invade the body as foreign substances to be attacked, but they are not always able to overcome particularly powerful pathogens. In such cases, the virus propagates rapidly inside of them. Once the patient has been treated, the antiviral will seek out the virus and accumulate there as well. The DDS itself was simply the delivery system of the antiviral drug. Residual amounts of the antiviral itself stayed behind within the cells. The materials used to create the DDS must, as a matter of course, cause minimal or no harm to the human body. Ideally, rather than accumulate inside the body, DDS substances should either be digested and absorbed or excreted. Because the antiviral must remain in the body for as long as the virus is active, however, a very careful balance must be struck between persistence and dissipation. Using the DDS, it was possible to extract those minuscule amounts from cells in a blood sample. It might take considerable time, but a sufficiently detailed analysis could allow for the antiviral drug itself to be reconstructed. Osawa felt a chill as he contemplated the situation. The kidnappers had known how tough security was at the lab. Alright, now there's no words over it? I think that's a Wii. It's a little hard to tell from this angle. I'm not gonna worry about it. So to come up with the idea of using a human vessel to get what they needed from within. By infecting Hitomi with the UA virus, they'd ensured that she'd receive the antiviral, that she'd have it in her blood. Yeah, next to the monitor. Right, because the Wii had like a little stand that like propped it up 45 degrees. If Tanaka was working with the kidnappers, that explained why he'd been so cooperative about the fingerprint scanner. Maybe. Damn it. Osawa shouted. He clutched his head in his hands. Tanaka had been his partner and trusted confidant for years. Confidant. I like that word. Osawa refused to believe he'd been betrayed like this. Bing bong. The front door chimes sounded. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara called out. It appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? The visitor is Minorikawa? Well, now we know how Minorikawa gets involved in all this. But how did he get here? Oh, you're right. We do have a better shot of it. It's some kind of like modem or something, probably. Okay. Fair enough. Who could it possibly be now of all times? I guess we answered a question of how does Minorikawa get wrapped up into all this? But why would he seek out the Osawa residency? He never ran into Hitomi or Maria, so my only guess is that when he talked to that guy at the academy, maybe something came up. You deal with it. Osawa was in no state of mind to receive a guest. Alright. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet. I want to see Minorikawa and Osawa interact. Alright. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet. He stumbled warily back to the living room where the investigators were staring at the intercom monitor with concern. The intercom's hidden camera showed a man with an unsettling grin posed intimidatingly outside the front gate. Osawa didn't recognize him. Yes, who is it? He asked guardedly through the intercom. It's Minorikawa. And where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. Are you playing games with me? I don't have the time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in, Osawa said. But the nonsensical badgering continued. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview? That's right. It's a piece for 4-Star General Gossip. The name of the magazine brought up an unpleasant memory. Alright, that's the magazine that talked about his marriage. That was the gossip rag that had run the article about his political marriage. Wait. This is for one of those kinds of articles? What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. The man's tone was both high-handed and belligerent. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. Okay, so we know that now that he's probably the one that called. My daughters? I understand they won the shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. Okay, so you must have learned that through the director of the theater. If you wouldn't mind me interviewing them, Furious, Osawa cut off the intercom. This was no time to be indulging someone else's nonsense. Hey, what gives? The man was shouting so loud his voice carried past the gate and through the front door. I'm begging out here, on my hands and knees. Oh, now he's pointing. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees. Osawa could see that clearly through the intercom monitor. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, frowning. This isn't a good time to have someone drawing attention to your home. Alright, I'll get rid of him. He pulls out a gun to kill Minorikawa. Osawa hurried out to the house, confronting Minorikawa through the front gate. I know I can't jump to him, but I just like doing it. The journalist had the tenacious look that immediately marked him as a member of the media. Give me your business card, Osawa said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. He took Minorikawa's card, then went right back inside. Back in his study, Osawa tossed Minorikawa's business card into the trash. Unable to think of what else to do, he tried the internet fortune teller again. He got the same "you're a very work-minded person" result a second time. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. My indifference to the world around me, huh? The truth was that even with his closest companions, even with Tanaka, for instance, his relationship has always been strictly a matter of business. He'd never really taken it upon himself to get to know Tanaka as a person. And that was pretty much the case for everyone he knew. He harbored no interest in other people. He had no concern for his fellow man. That had made itself abundantly clear when he received a microscope as a birthday present way back in the first grade. You can get a microscope as a birthday present and still hang out with people. Even now, he still remembered the shock he'd felt when he looked through that lens for the first time. He discovered a new, almost infinite world hidden in the midst of the one he'd always thought was too small. By comparison, the real world seemed bland and ugly. Wherever he looked, wherever he went, he had to contend with tedium. It hadn't taken long for him to become more charmed by the world under his microscope than the one around him. It was like a calm, quiet little seaside. A beach where he could just sit and stare out at the waves. He wanted to stay immersed in that world forever and ever. Before he knew it, he was an adult, and then a husband, and then a father. The people around him thought him an odd fellow, but he hadn't let that change the way he lived his life. And this now was the result. He hadn't been betrayed by Tanaka. He didn't know Tanaka well enough for that. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I really want to know what these books are. It looks like some of the publishers are Chun, which could be, Chunsoft. And maybe they're references to other Chunsoft adventures. That'd be cool. But I assume they're all just fake biology. I had tried calling him repeatedly and hadn't gotten through. It was doubtful that he'd pick up. Still, Osawa had to try. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Keep out? So we hit a keep out. I was hoping to get to some kind of finish, some kind of finite moment. We could go back to Kano. We can see how far 10 minutes gets us. So when we last left Kano, he had just talked to Osawa, telling him that the kidnappers want Hitomi, which is what led to the big Osawa reveal that he had injected Hitomi, which is something I had been thinking about, since a long time. The line went dead. Guess that answers that well enough, Kano said as he put away his phone. Now it was clear why the criminals were after Hitomi. He saw an uneasy look on Stanley's face. Something on your mind? Kano asked. Stanley responded with a question of his own. If Hitomi was carrying the antiviral, how were the criminals planning on getting it from her? Kano thought for a moment. Well, taking her by force at the scramble posed too high of a risk, he said. There were nearly 100 detectives there, and they must have guessed that there would be. That's why they devised the attaché case relay. They wanted to abduct Hitomi somewhere away from the Dragnet's notice. This was the plan that all the signs seemed to suggest. But still, he added, I wonder how they managed to lead her away from police protection. A look of revelation crossed Stanley's face. All they need to do was convince her to go of her own accord. But how? Kano asked. And then it came to him. He thought back to Hitomi's initial contact with Tariq al-Karawan. Just before he'd taken the attaché case from her, the two had a brief conversation. It was possible al-Karawan had given Hitomi some form of instructions then. Guess we're back to tracking down al-Karawan again, huh? Kano could tell from the look in Stanley's eyes that he was on the verge of saying something. Probably some remark about how Tatano had allowed Caravan to run free. Right now, Kano wasn't going to argue the point. After this case was resolved, he'd discover what Tatano's real motives were to Tenno. And once he did, Stanley would eat his words. In the meantime, we can't just wander around looking without any leads, he said. Until we get more intel, let's see what we can do with the security cameras back at the precinct. Numerous monitors shone down on the pair as they entered the Shibuya precinct's surveillance room. Each showed an array of faces of individuals somewhere in Shibuya. Kano asked one of the operators to pull up al-Karavan's data on screen. By selecting each of the faces on the monitors in turn, they could run comparisons to determine if anyone among them was al-Karavan. One by one, the operator made his way through the faces. Assuming their target was still in Shibuya, there was a high likelihood they could find him, or they'd find him. But the minutes ticked past and there was still no sign of him. Kano's tone grew more and more impatient as he directed the operator's search. Just calm down, Stanley said. He set a hand on Kano's shoulder. You keep wasting your energy when you don't need to. That's just how I do things, Kano replied. I'm energetic because I care. He pointed out another face to the operator. Well, you're setting yourself up for a short life. With a sigh, Stanley sank into a nearby chair. My brother was like you. The American spoke so quietly that his words were barely audible. 10 minutes later. We got him. A man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was al-Karawan. Yes, Kano hissed, pumping his fist. God, that's such a Kano move. To start fist pumping in the precinct. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in al-Karawan's location to Kuze. All units, intercept the suspect on the double, Kuze ordered. Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors. They saw al-Karawan stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone? Sasayama reporting. I've got eyes on the mutt. Mutt equals perpetrator. Hook, to put someone in cuffs. Dipper, a pickpocket. Wants, outstanding warrants. Hang paper, to write multiple citations, and other such traditional police jargon. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. I'm making the arrest, he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. At some point, I had a thought that the suit was still available and that this guy loved costumes, and but like I hadn't thought about Sasayama he hadn't come up all this time, so I hadn't really brought it up. At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a cat mascot suit. Oh no, Kano muttered. That sound was gonna make Sasayama stand out like a sore thumb. Shoot, the mutt spotted me. I'm going in pursuit. Sasayama slipped out of the camera's view. Whoa, Gibbs, let go of me. You're Mr. Yanishida, right? Look, I'm sorry, but I really do need you to return that costume. The voices came in over the wireless. It sounded like Sasayama was caught up in an argument with someone. So he ran into the people that owned the costume. Sasayama, Kano shouted as he eyed the monitor. Kano, I need some help here. Requesting emergency backup. The line went dead before Sasayama could finish. They killed him. Kano didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, but obviously his partner needed him. He rushed out of the precinct. All because Sasayama bought a fucking cat costume. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Sasayama still in the cat suit, caught up in a scuffle with a man he'd never seen before. There was no sign of Al Caravan. Sasayama, what's going on? That's an excellent question, Sasayama replied. This guy just came at me out of nowhere. He sounded pretty riled up. Sir, I need you to return this costume. My boss was very insistent at that point. The man was panting with exertion, shouting in Sasayama's face. Was he the owner of the suit? What's the deal with that thing, Sasayama? Kano asked. I bought it at a variety store on Center Guy. Figured to be the perfect disguise. I didn't steal anything. Sir, I'm telling you, you need to give that back. I'm telling you, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sasayama stamped his foot. How? He's on the floor. I guess he could still stomp his foot. I realize that you're not Mr. Yanagashita. That isn't the issue. I just need you to return that costume. Alright, sure, I'll give it to you. I just need a little longer, so let go of me. I can't do that, sir. I need you to get out of that costume right now. Yeah, I get that, buddy, but no can do. It's like I told you before. The zipper on this thing's snagged. Now he's stuck in the costume. Kano watched as the argument descended further and further into absurdity. Meanwhile, Al Caravan was getting away. This was ridiculous. He turned to go in pursuit of the suspect. Kano, wait! Sasayama called out. Come on, help me out, man! You lie in your own... You made this bed, you lie in it. Huh? Help me get this thing off! Now really isn't the time for this, Kano replied. I'm going after the suspect. Oh, I get it. You're gonna ditch me here so you can take all the credit for yourself. Whoa, what? I was this close to nabbing the guy. That arrest is mine to make. And you know it. It wasn't as though Kano couldn't empathize. If Sasayama hadn't been blindsided by this random stranger, he probably would have caught Al Caravan just fine. Alright then, Kano said. He reached for the zipper on the back of the cat suit. But as Sasayama had said, the metal fittings were snagged and refused to budge. Hurry up! I'm trying. There wasn't time to do this slowly and carefully. Kano yanked down on the zipper hard. Stop! The stranger shrieked in alarm. Don't be so rough like that. But if I don't, I'll never... You mustn't! If you aren't careful, you'll cause a malfunction. Malfunction? What the hell is this guy talking about? Kano got an ever firmer grip on the zipper and pulled again. This is the second time that the catsuit has meowed? He paused in surprise as Sasayama mewled. Again, Sasayama let out a little cry. Except it didn't sound like Sasayama's voice at all. Guys, there's something making a rumbling noise inside this thing. He sounded pretty alarmed. Uh-oh, said the other man. It has started. His face went pale. What are you talking about? Sasayama demanded. What started? The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Well, you see, this is no ordinary cat costume. Meaning what exactly? Our shop rented this unit out by mistake. Oh, I had no idea it was anything so horrifying. Not until the boss filled me in a little while ago. The boss being his dad. What's horrifying? You're not answering the question. His dad who always wears a bunny outfit, which we haven't seen yet. The man's gaze grew hollow and distant. Cats, he said. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Sasayama spoke up nervously. Well, yeah, it's a cat. I know that already. No, you're not listening. This is a cat's. Like I said, I already know it's a cat. Anyone can see that just from looking at it. No, not a cat. Cats. Cats is a costume as transmission system developed by Far East Costume Rentals high-tech department. There was an official corporate notice stating, "This is just a prototype and potentially dangerous, so do not lend it out under any circumstances." But it was accidentally rented by mistake. It's a fucking snatcher. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, that's all your base guy. The meowing started back up again. With each new mule, the sound got faster. Soon it sounded less like a cat and more like some mechanism that was worrying about. There was a sudden, fierce, blinding flash. Space itself began to warp in a roughly 3-meter radius around Sasayama and his costume. No! A moment later, Kano and the others had vanished. This is a really good bad end. Cats. Kano, Sasayama, and the rental guy were sent into another dimension due to a malfunction in the cats. Detective Sasayama should probably never have put that cat suit on. He mentioned buying it at a variety shop on Center Guy. That's her lead here. Okay, I think this is a good place to stop for the day. All because I let the variety shop person have the suit. So apparently, we have heard the suit make the meow before. So even though this is a bad end, this is still canon. The suit is some kind of crazy transmission system of some sort. Oh, that's good. I don't know what's going to be the... I thought the thumbnail was going to be... I was thinking to myself that the thumbnail would be Maria with Yanagashita in the photo booth. And then I remember I also wanted a picture of, like, I think there was some pointing that was happening. But also them getting sucked into the void is also really fucking good. Yeah, Maria pointing after being loan sharks up. I guess I could split up the VOD. What I usually do is I just take them into Premiere and make one VOD out of it. I know, because, well, it's because the other way, if it is like separated, the VOD like cuts abruptly, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, it cut in the middle of, like, dialogue. This is not a very good place to end the VOD, right? So, in my head, I just would stitch together them. It's just more work for me, and it means I usually have to, you know, encode a video and put it onto a 4-hour long video and put it on YouTube, and that takes a while longer. Anyway, I think next time we'll fix the mistake. I say mistake loosely. That was a wonderful mistake that Maria made. We'll fix the mistake that she made. We'll finish Kano's storyline out. And we'll finally see what the hell Minorikawa's been up to this whole hour. Because he is completely disconnected from all of this. He did meet Osawa briefly. But even then, it's still not in the context of a kidnapping case or any of this crazy biological bioterror shit. It just happens to be a story that he heard that he wants info on. And that should see us to get out of into the 15-hour to get up to 3 o'clock. And we'll find out more about the assassin Kanan, the foreign syndicate that has Maria currently. Oh no, doesn't have. She's currently dealing with the detective with the gun. Osawa and Mr. Tanaka's relationship. Many things still left. I like to close the game normally. So I'm doing that right now. I never know when the save might be like, oh, you didn't close the game correctly. You hit the X. I'm a console game, not a PC game. So if we have the ability, we may get back to it tomorrow night, Sunday night. I might not do a full 4-hour stream, because we did like a stream here. But I think having 2 nights in the weekend will be great for getting, through this game. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of content. I want to see as much as I can. But I am not trying to like, oh, this is the path forward, so I need to check the other paths. Like, I'm just kind of going with the flow. And it has led to us to some wonderful, wonderful moments. So I'm glad you're all having a good time. I'm having a good time. Like I said, when we get done with this, we're gonna watch the sequel anime in the Discord at some point. We'll have to figure out a time that everyone that wants to see it can see it. Yeah, this game has an anime sequel from the Fate Stay Night people. From Fate Stay Night. From Nasu. Nasu is a writer on this game. So if you're a Fate fan, like, Nasu, I think, wrote some of the scenarios and shit. Also, apparently 428 characters kind of show up in Time Travelers, but that's just as like a cameo or something. They're not the same publisher and they're not the same like universe. Just like a little like, oh look, it's the Katsu, and look, Mr. Yanagashita there and stuff like that. It's cute. I don't know if we're gonna play Time Travelers. I might need a break from such a long one of these kind of games. Next week, I don't know what's gonna happen because Disruptor, Team Innocent, and Hydra Castle Labyrinth are all defeated. I might play a Bomberman game. I think what I might do is Tuesday might be a game that has live action FMV, because I'm kind of like I didn't start FMV February this year. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't, because of 428 and just still having to go through it. And I was still doing my indie stuff. But, it'd be nice to kind of get a little bit of FMV flavor. And we played Disruptor, which had wonderful live action FMV. Right now, I'm contemplating which kind of game to play. If it's going to be an FMV game or a game that just happens to have live action FMV. Off-World Interceptor seems like a good pick, but the gameplay isn't interesting me. Photograph February. Yeah. And then I do want to play a Bomberman game. And I guess I should play like I think I should play Ika-chan? Is it Ika-chan? The game by Pixel. That actually is like it technically predates the development of Cave. Well, it predates the release of Cave Story, development-wise. Because it uses like the engine and like some of the graphics from Cave Story, and like the boss that you fight in Cave Story, that's the fish, is like the final boss of Ika-chan. So I do want to play that. I want to play Ika-chan. I want to play Karo Blaster. I want to get back to playing more Dojin games. I have a huge list of them. I started making a list of ROM hacks. A lot of them are Mega Man or Mario related, as those are very popular to ROM hack. But yeah, I was watching someone play Mega Man 2, and I was like, oh, I could totally play Rockman No Constancy. I haven't played that in forever. And then I realized, man, that game's kind of hard. Anyway, I need to go. I'm tired. It's 2:11 over here. Y'all should go to bed. Let me see where I'm sending you all. Mr. Radon's been going for almost 7 hours. He's probably almost done. Heck maybe is playing a game. She's also been at this for 5 hours. Bardic Broadcast is playing Bruce Lee number 2, which I'm not even sure what Bruce Lee number 2 is. It looks like the Bruce Lee Commodore game, but why is it called Bruce Lee 2? I'm not sure. Professor Ramses is playing Shining Force. Maybe we'll go over there. I do like me some Shining Force. Someone's doing some Zenless Zone Zero grinding. We love to see that, right? Sonic Origins. SQ Pad's playing Dinosaur. You guys want to see Dinosaur? Pombo, you like Dinosaur, right? He's playing Dinosaur Resurrection. Captain Q is playing Harvest Moon 64. God, so many people we could choose. Shining Force or Dinosaur? I'm gonna raid Dinosaur. I don't get to raid Professor Ramsey very much. I don't get to raid SQ Pat very much either, I'll be honest. The only thing about SQ Pat is he doesn't talk. So I feel bad about like raiding into him. Because he doesn't really interact with... He just plays a game. Now I kind of respect that. Now is it Prof or Professor? Everyone's got so many names. Why can't everyone just be normal like Dream Harrier Live? There's been many thoughts about changing the name from Dream Harrier Live to like DHL or DH Live or Snake Man or something. It's funny, this account started as Snake Man. I can't get that name back anymore. Someone took the Snake Man name. I'd have to be like Snake Man VT. Why am I not seeing him? Did he go offline? He only had like 2 hours in. Oh, he's been at it for 3 hours. So let's say long form Saturday. Why am I not seeing him? Oh, because I said it's a sort and it doesn't sort and I hate it. Alright, go say hi to Professor Ramses. I like Shining Force. Maybe you'll like Shining Force. I'm gonna have a... And, you know, Swearybot says... Can I rename Swearybot to Swearybot? Sweary65 bot? Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself. I still haven't looked into disabling this message. I don't even know why it's happening. Anyway, good night everyone. Bye-bye.